Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you are on this great, big, flat earth under the Astrodome. Under the Astrodome. I probably never get tired of saying that. That's just funny. It looks like I've got another. Aha. There we go. Okay. Apparently, I had another video open of my live stream, so I heard myself in my ear twice, like an echo. My first cup of coffee is ready. Mmm, nice and hot. Nice and hot. It's 7:32 in the morning here in Japan. Daniel, happy Friday to you, my friend. Thank you for the happy Thursday. Thursday is over for me. It is now Friday. Looks like I've got a few people following right now, 5 people. Haven't got my first like on the live stream. I'd appreciate a first like on that live stream. Framber Valdez is on the mound today for the Astros. He's going to be pitching in just a few minutes. This game will be underway in roughly 7 minutes or so. First pitch scheduled 7 minutes from now. If you're wondering, when does the game start? In about 7 minutes. The delay between the live game, the literal live game, and my live stream or my stream of the game is not too different. From what I understand, there seems to be a little bit of a delay on the game right now, but I don't know what the delay is about, so we will see. If you see on the screen it says it's delayed. Not really sure why. I don't know if it's weather, but as soon as I find out, I will let you know. I decided to go ahead and start live streaming anyway because I want to see what's going on with the delay and what they are projecting for the game start. And then share that with you guys. Will Bite says, I'm not super close to Pittsburgh, but it's been raining on and off all day where I am in the Midwest. Gotcha. I assumed it was rain, but I hadn't looked. I hadn't looked at the forecast or anything for the area. I just got up this morning, put on my hot water for coffee, got dressed, tossed on my orange shirt today, my Astros cap, got everything set up. I got everything ready to go, including the preview screen. And then when I got logged into the game, I noticed that there was a delay. But until I find out that they are canceling the game or postponing it to another day, there's no reason for me to not be here. Might as well be here. In case it starts, I'll be here and I'll be ready to go. Thank you for being here, Will Bite. I appreciate you logging in and telling me what's going on. Sergio, good, let's see here. Good evening to you. Everyone else tuning in, greetings from Galveston, Texas. It's more like afternoon, I guess you could say, for you. Good afternoon. They are doing a little discussion right now with. Yeah, if you look at the background, you don't see any rain at all. So maybe it's getting ready to go. We'll see. They're showing some highlights right now, talking with Altuve. He's too positive. He says we've got some good players. We're playing good. We're in first place. Well, yeah, we're in first place, but playing good, I'm not so sure about that. Now they're talking about Jordan. They've got him commenting on a few different things. He's talking about how it would be great to have Jordan back. He believes that having him in the lineup will be a big support. I agree, as long as he comes in and he is last year Jordan and not early 2025 Jordan. But maybe Jordan was not having a good early 2025 because of his hand, and they just weren't telling us, you know. Now he's talking about Valdez. He says every time he's on the mound, we have a chance to win because he really just wants to do his best, wants to throw good pitches, wants to win the game. He also talked a little bit about his offense. Still got the field covered up right now, the infield, rather. It's going to suck to be an outfielder. What I hated about the wet field is whenever there's like a line drive or a sharp grounder, those balls can slide across the grass. Much more difficult to figure out where it's going whenever the field is wet. Sergio says the game's supposed to start in 3 minutes. Yeah, it's basically right now. Yeah, 5:40 for you, 7:40 a.m. for me. It's supposed to be starting right now, but as you can see by the image I just showed on the screen, they've still got the infield covered and nobody is out on the field. Will Bite says the weather's showing a maximum of 40% chance of rain for the next 3 hours in Pittsburgh, so it might be wet at some point. Yeah, it's definitely already wet right now, but I did see some video footage of one of the commentators talking, and in the background I didn't see any actual rain, so maybe it's starting to clear up. I don't know. We'll see. They're supposed to have another update in just a minute, but right now they're doing commercials and ads. When they come back and give some info, I'll let you guys know. Ooh. Sometimes I forget I have this cute little bear. and it goes in the sip hole right there, like that, is to help keep it hot. Also to keep it from spilling. But sometimes I forget it's on there and I go to drink it. I just hit myself in the nose with it. That's one guy I don't really like too much, Adolis Garcia. He's one of those types that likes to showboat like he's the best. Whenever he hits a home run, yeah, he takes his helmet off and throws it, pointing at the camera, yelling and stuff like that. Total opposite vibe of Jose Altuve. Glenn, welcome in. This time sober, not yet bedtime. What kind of combination is that? Sober and not bedtime. It almost sounds boring. But actually, to be honest, boring, being bored, ah. Yeah, the event is in weather delay. Yeah, I know that. Thank you, MLB, for giving me useless information. They were just showing the field, and I was going to show you guys, but then they put this nonsense on the screen right here. I'd rather just see the field. I don't need your message. Just show me the field. If the field is covered and I can see the weather, then I can understand. I don't need to be told. Show me, don't tell me. Be a good writer, MLB. You know that rule, the writer's rule. Show, don't tell. Yeah, I mentioned boredom. But I don't get bored anymore. I got to a point in my life where I realized boredom isn't real. It really isn't. There's no such thing as boredom. Boredom is fake. There's always something to do. Literally, there's always something to do. Even if you are tied down in a prison cell somewhere, no one has control over your mind. You can go anywhere you want and do anything you want and be anything you want in your mind. You can overcome boredom no matter where you are. Sergio says to get things started in the right direction, the Seattle Mariners lost earlier today 5-3 to the Baltimore Orioles. They lost again? That's great. I'm also very happy for my fellow live play-by-play caller, Orioles bird watcher. He's a nice guy. I'm sure he'll be happy. They've had a rough year so far. Kind of like opposite, you know. Last year was much better for them, and then this year was much worse. The Astros, I wouldn't say they're doing great this year, but compared to last year, big improvement, right? They're already in first place, not by much, but their record is better. They didn't struggle as much. Even though they've had their challenges this year, they're nothing like they were last year. A shadow of their former selves, they are. Glenn says, a spring thunderstorm passed through my city here about 2 hours ago. If you go outside my house right now, you'll see the most beautiful morning. What's the temperature right now? Let's see. Let me take a look. I don't know why, but the temperature it keeps showing me, it keeps changing to Tokyo. It's annoying because that has absolutely nothing to do with where I am. Tokyo is in the east. I'm in Hiroshima. 20 degrees Celsius. Are you guys familiar with Celsius? I know you can't read this because it's Japanese, but I know that you can read that right there. The high, this is the high for today, 26 degrees. Right now it's 20 degrees and sunny. It's a beautiful morning. And if you want to know Otani, I'm tired of seeing information about Otani, but it's Japan. You can't help but see information about Otani. But I can show you guys real quick. 20C to F. There we go. 68 degrees outside right now. I've got my sliding door open right over here. My back door is closed right now because I don't want to let in any mosquitoes or anything like that. And the mosquitoes are actually not bad right now because of the temperature. But it will be warming up as the sun rises. But anyway, nice, beautiful morning. I would say probably when I first got up and opened the door outside, it was 64 maybe degrees, 64, 65 degrees. The temperature is going to go up. I think the high temperature today will be 26, 78 degrees. I'm lucky because where I'm at, location-wise, is really nice for temperature. But during the winter, whoo, man, it gets down to -8, close to -10. That's really cold. Some heavy snow sometimes, being close to these small mountains. Sergio says, boredom is a voluntary emotion. You can choose to get busy doing something. There's always work to be done. Yeah, and I know that the people could take the word work to mean something negative, like, I don't want to always work. But you can't say there's always something to be done. I prefer to say something. There's always something to be done. Because there are many things that you could be doing. It doesn't mean that you have to be doing work. But there's always something you could be doing. There's no way that anyone should ever be bored. That's why I say boredom is fake. Boredom isn't real. It's a man-made creation. I just don't agree with people when they say they're bored. I don't believe that. I don't believe that they're bored. They just haven't found or focused on what they're supposed to be doing or the things that are really important. And once they figure that out, then they'll never be bored. Because their mind can always be, even if they can't go anywhere. If you're sitting at an office somewhere waiting for an interview, or if you're at the hospital and you can't really get up and go anywhere, you're waiting in the lobby. People talk about how, well, when I'm there and there's nothing to do, I'm bored. Why? Why are you bored? You can be listening to a book. At the very least, everyone has a phone, right? Everyone has a phone and earphones. You can be listening to a really good book. I listen to books almost every single day. You can't be bored when you're listening to a good book. When I was growing up, I used to read stories all the time, especially fantasy stories. Those are my favorite. But now, I listen to spiritual leaders. I listen to books of spiritual leaders and people like Neville Goddard and William Blake, these types of guys. It is literally never boring. Ray says per radio 790 AM, delay of 30 or 45 minutes, maybe longer. Thanks, Ray. Thanks for the update. Glenn says, that's all I use. I only like Fahrenheit for summer weather temps because 100 is hot. Yeah. And a bit of trivia. Fahrenheit was born in Gansk, and I play 400 meter from his house tomorrow night in Dansk. Oh, really? Pretty interesting. BitDog says, hey guys, go STROS. Welcome in, BitDog. We are on a little bit of a weather delay right now. as you can see by the text on the MLB site. This event is in weather delay. Thank you. I wish they were showing me the commentators. I would much rather hear from the commentators and see the images on the field than just this message on the screen. But 'tis what it is. I'll be here having some coffee. I'm tempted to go cook some eggs. But I don't typically like eating so early. I like to get up in the morning, have my coffee, do the live stream, and then a few hours later, after the game is over, then I eat. I think it's good for me. Because right now, I really don't feel like eating. I don't know about you guys, but ever since I was a kid, I don't feel hungry when I wake up. If I eat, it's just because I want to eat. It's just a mindset thing. It's like a program thing. It has nothing to do with being hungry. And I know it sounds, maybe, I don't know, maybe some of you can identify with this, but when I was a kid, before we went to school, my mom would sometimes cook us breakfast. She would literally wake us up to say, breakfast is ready, come eat. So, and I didn't want to get up. I didn't feel like eating when I woke up. I'd wake up and I'd say, I don't want to eat. I just want to sleep for a few more minutes. And she would yell at me. But sometimes, you know, the thing is, this is what gets me. The thing is, I really, my body, it wasn't just my preference, okay? My body rejected eating in the morning, especially right after I would get up. And there were many times where I would get sick. It would make me feel nauseated to eat early in the morning. But my parents, they had this, you know, that's what parents do. That's what society does. They get this indoctrinated belief that you must eat 3 meals a day. Well, for people like me, I didn't know this when I was a kid, but for people like me now, I'm smart enough to understand a little bit about history, and I know that eating 3 meals a day was never a world standard until societies started to become more modernized, and it was introduced in America, the 3 meal a day thing. It's just about money and controlling society. It's one of the main reasons why America has become so overweight, is because for more than 100 years now, we've been indoctrinated with the idea of you got to have 3 big meals a day. And they are, think about this. How many of you have heard this? Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Oh, really? If it were, then why did the whole world never have breakfast? In the entire world, the most people would do in the morning, besides having something to drink, they might have some snacks like just crackers or bread or something like that. But they would get up and they would go straight to work because you had limited sunlight when you were outside doing things and going places. Very important to get your butt up and go. People weren't getting up and spending time in the morning to eat. This is a modern thing. When we started staying indoors or being able to work later and stuff like that, and people started having breakfast. And it was introduced not by the people naturally, it was introduced by the powers that be. I'm not telling you anything that's opinion. These are just facts. If you go study it, trust me, you'll find that out. This is what happens when you go through a really terrible divorce and lose your daughter to your ex-wife and are estranged from your family and don't have anybody close to you. You wind up spending a tremendous amount of time reading and studying and trying to find meaning in life. Sergio says, the game hasn't started. We're already at 11 likes. Yes! You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. I would love to show you something, but, you know, all we have is this. Let me show you this. This is this graphic. I'm waiting to see if they have any kind of update that I can share with you, but right now there's nothing. It's just the weather delay graphic. But yes, you're right. Thank you so much for the likes. Come on, guys, get me to 30 before the game starts. Let's go. Come on, pump it up. Pump up the likes on the live stream. 6 people right now and 10 likes. Sweetness. Juan Garcia, hi from Matamoros, Mexico. Hey. Gracias. Thank you for being here. Juan, are you from Mexico or are you just visiting Mexico? It's nice to have you. We've got some people here in Europe, some people in Asia. I'm in Japan. If you can't tell by the house in the background here, this is a very old house, about 200 years old. I'm in love with this house, but this house is like me. It needs a lot of TLC. I'm the only one that cares about this house right now. And I often wonder if I'm enough to bring it around. It's a deep topic. Me in this house, one and the same. Matamoros. Tamaulipas? Is that a right pronunciation? That word is strange for me in Espanol. Tamaulipas? Is that right? Tamaulipas? I don't know it. Matamoros, Tamaulipas, Mexico. I would love to visit Mexico and have some food there. I would absolutely love it. I know that sometimes we talk about the tacos arandas because they're always showing the commercials. I lived in Houston for 25 years. Ah, okay. Juan, let me ask you that question. Did you have the tacos arandas? The ones that Jeremy Pena is always advertising? And if so, do you think they're good? I always wonder this because, in my opinion, the Mexican food or the Tex-Mex food that you can get in the southern states down there, Texas and Louisiana and that area, it's really, really good. But what I noticed is that all of those restaurants that I like to go to, they're owned by people from Mexico. So I know that not everything is always 100% authentic straight across the board. But I also know that a lot of it is. And I appreciate that. It's kind of like going to a Chinese restaurant when Chinese run the restaurant and they know what they're doing. They know what real Chinese food is like, so they can at least infuse the food with more Chinese style. They're very good. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. I really, really miss my favorite restaurant, my favorite Mexican restaurant, my hometown, and it's called Trejos. Trejos, they have a few locations, maybe 3 to 5. I haven't been there in a while, so they might have more now, but the cheese enchiladas there, the refried beans, the rice, the cheese sauce, even the salsa, everything is just, I like a thick salsa. I don't like the watery, thin salsa. I like it to be very thick and chunky, and the salsa there is just phenomenal. They even sell it. You can buy it. Wheelbite says, you said something about Celsius earlier while I was cleaning duckweed out of my aquarium. I wish I grew up on it in metric. Well, I'm happy with my use of Celsius and meters and centimeters and things like that. I'm glad that I have a background in other things like feet and Fahrenheit and etc. because I've been living in Asia now for 12 and a half years, and I've been able to make the switch. And so I have knowledge of both. But when it comes to even money, that's another thing I kind of know about because I often deal with Chinese yuan and American dollars and Japanese yen. And since I have this YouTube channel, but not this one so much, even though I have international viewers, my main channel, I guess you could say, well, this has kind of become my main channel because this is the one I spend most of the time on. I'm here almost every day on this channel because of the games. But I have another channel that's around 3,000 subscribers, and that one is just about my house, my property, my life here in Japan. That reminds me, I have a video that I need to upload. I can probably do that while I'm waiting. I'll grab my phone. It's on my phone. I need to upload it from my phone. But before I grab it, I'll just tell you that that channel has been my main channel for obvious reasons. And the people that have connected with me through that channel are international. I've had people visit my house. That's another thing. If you guys are ever in Japan and you come through Hiroshima, you're welcome to come by. That's one of the things that a lot of YouTubers don't do, and I can understand why the girls don't do that. You know, there's safety issue. You can't just have strangers showing up at your place where you're at. There are some girls that live stream or do videos from their old houses in Japan. They're renovating a house or living in Japan or doing their vlogs or whatever. And they don't reveal where they live, their address or anything like that. It's understandable why they don't do that. I get it. But I have been very open on my channel. You can even find my place on Google Maps, my house right here. It's listed as a business, kind of like an inn. You can, let me type it in the chat. In Japanese, it's called ryokan. Ryokan is a Japanese style inn. An old house like this, it has like the tatami floors. And if you want to sleep there, stay there, you can. And you have these really big blankets. Now, I know it's different in America, but if you say futon, people think of a futon, they think of like this big bamboo, maybe sofa or chair that has a really thick cushion. But in Japanese, if you say futon, that's not what it means. It's not a futon. A futon is like a big, thick blanket, like a comforter. And they are really, the really good ones, man, they are heavy, they are thick. And when you cover it with that, you'll wake up sweating. I kid you not, you'll wake up sweating. It doesn't matter if the temperature outside is below 0. When you first lie down, you'll be shaking, you'll be cold. But when you finally warm up and you go to sleep, you're going to wake up a couple hours later and your whole body is going to be drenched in sweat. That's what a futon is. But if you stay at one of these Japanese style inns or ryokans, that's what you'll do. You'll sleep on the floor. They'll give you, basically you'll have a kind of a thicker futon that you lie down on. It's for like a pad almost. You lie down on that, and then you cover up with the other pad, and you have a pillow. That's it. You have basically 3 things. Something to lie on, something to cover up with, and something for your head to lay your head on, or lay your head on. And anyway, I've had a lot of people visit me from different countries. I've made a few friends from different countries. I have a couple of different friends from Australia. I already have a lot of friends from China because I lived there for a while, almost 7 years. And then I've got several friends from the U.S. Had one guy visit me from Seattle. He's actually from Canada. And it's funny because I understand what he was thinking, but at the same time, he wasn't thinking. Now think about this. He knows that I'm an Astros fan. Even on my other channel, even though that channel isn't about the Astros, that channel is about my kominka, this old house. By the way, I keep using the word kominka. It's just force of habit. Kominka is a Japanese farmhouse. You could say even old style. Okay, let me see. Traditional style Japanese farmhouse. This is the word kominka. So this house that I live in, it's a kominka. It still has the grass roof on top, but they retrofitted it with metal. So you can't see the roof. You can't see the grass roof from the outside, but when you look on the inside, you can see it. Not from in here, but you can go into the other room and you can look up and you can see the grass roof. But yeah, no run first inning. You could say it's the 0 inning right now. Can I change it to inning 0? No, it won't let me. Bummer. But anyway, I've had many people come out here and visit the old kominka. Some people have stayed. I have a friend from Sweden who's come here several times. Friends from, of course, many friends from Australia, friends from Europe. I have a really close friend from France. And, of course, like I said before, friends from China. One friend from Thailand. A couple of friends from Indonesia. Even some of my Japanese friends have been here. The list is quite long, the people that have come out to visit. So I'm very open and welcoming of anybody who wants to come visit. That's the other thing. The house isn't in great shape right now. Like we were talking about earlier, there's always something to do. And this house is a good example of that. There's no way to wake up and not have something to do here. There's always something to do. So that means that not just myself, but my visitors can come here and help me out. And they have. They really have. I've received some tools. Sometimes people donate money, and that is really, really helpful because that's not just used for tools and materials and things for the house. It's also used for some expenses, because of medical reasons. I'm actually on a medical visa right now in Japan. I'm not allowed to work. But they allow me to do live streaming, so I can take donations all day long. I wish I were taking donations all day long. That would be great. Hey, 14 people in the live chat and 14 likes. Let me show you guys what's on the screen here. We're still in weather delay, just in case you're wanting an update. I suppose I could kind of keep that on the screen right now. It's just that I don't want to get any kind of copyright thing. You see it's got the MLB logo on it. Because of that, that's an MLB broadcast. If I leave it on the screen for more than a few seconds, I'll have to cut it out later. They'll give me a copyright. It's not a bad strike. It's not a negative strike against my channel. They'll just say, this content belongs to MLB, but they said it's okay for you to use it. But that's a little tricky. Because if there's any money made on advertising on this video, it will go to them. They'll get it. And I don't want that. So I just cut it out. So I'd rather not leave it on the screen. But maybe I can make a graphic. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll ask my good old friend ChatGPT to make me a graphic for you guys. Could you make me an anime, an Astros inspired anime themed banner that says weather delay? There we go. I'll make my own banner. Or rather, I'll have ChatGPT make it. $15 people hanging in there. 17. It's going up, up, up. Yeah, let's get this live chat. Let's get this live stream up to 30 likes before the game even starts. That would be awesome. I might wind up with 60 likes today. We're already halfway there. Sweet. Yes, Sergio, yes. Thank you for saying that. Sergio says, I'm sure you welcomed the guy from Seattle into your home, but did you insist that he leave his Seattle Mariners cap outside? Thank you, Sergio, for saying that, because you reminded me. I mentioned him because there's something that I wanted to tell you guys. Okay? Remember, that guy is from Canada. He was from Canada, but he was living and working in Seattle. And he met me through my YouTube channel, and we talked a little bit through Messenger. And he said that he was planning to come visit Japan about 5 or 6 months later, and he wanted to spend several weeks in Hiroshima, and he wanted to know if he could come visit my house, and he would like to come help me do some cleaning or whatever. And of course, I'm always open to that, so I said sure. But while we were messaging each other, I noticed that sometimes it was a little difficult to talk to him. And I guess you could say he's kind of a nitpicky guy, where if you say something that he doesn't 100% agree with, then he will try to correct you. Now, that starts to become annoying when you're corrected basically on everything you say, especially when what you're saying is just your personal opinion, right? It's kind of like if he and I were talking about hot dogs, for example, and I were to say, yeah, I really miss having a good all beef hot dog from America, because like Costco, they've got the really big hot dogs here, and they're very cheap in Japan, but they're all pork. And I don't want an all pork hot dog. I just want a really nice all beef hot dog, and put some relish and some onions and mustard on it. And I would really like to have that. He would have to find something to say about that. For example, he would say, well, you got to put some ketchup on there too. Well, I don't like ketchup really on my hot dog. Not really. I love mustard. I really love mustard. Now, if I can have the chili and cheese, yes, please. Chili and cheese, yes, please. So, like the Sonic drive-through, the extra long cheese coney, with all the onions, the chili, the cheese. The only thing that's missing is some yellow mustard. Put some yellow mustard on there, and I'm super happy. But I absolutely don't want ketchup on my hot dog, because it just messes with the flavor for me. So if I were to say to him, no thanks, I don't really like the ketchup, he'd say, what are you talking about? It's better with ketchup. So he wouldn't even allow me to have a personal opinion that's different from his. And so even though there was a little bit of that, I just thought, I'll just let it go. And Sergio, he came to visit me here in Hiroshima, and we went to see a Hiroshima Carp baseball game together. But here's what I wanted to tell you. He brought me, okay, remember, he knows that I'm an Astros fan. Number two, he doesn't even like baseball. He doesn't understand baseball. He doesn't know how to play baseball. He doesn't understand the rules of baseball. He never watches baseball. But when he showed up, he was wearing Seattle Mariners stuff, like the Seattle Mariners shirts, Seattle Mariners hats. And guess what? He brought me a Seattle Mariners t-shirt and a Seattle Mariners hat. Can you believe that? And when I looked at it, he handed it to me, and I looked at it, and I looked at him, and I said, I'm an Astros fan, right? And he goes, yeah, I know, but this is, it's just Seattle, because, I live in Seattle, and I thought I'd bring you something from Seattle. And I said, but, the Mariners are a division rival. And I said, I appreciate the thought, but do you actually think I would ever wear something that says Seattle Mariners? And he goes, well, you can just wear it as work clothes, if you need. If you're cleaning around the house, you can just wear it as work clothes. And I was really, I wound up not taking the hat. I didn't take the hat. I said, okay, well, thanks. And I said, I don't mean to be unappreciative or non-appreciative, but really though, I mean, literally in all my videos, I'm always wearing an Astros hat. And I've gone through so many Astros hats. Robsky says, yo, what up? What's up, man? What's going on? But anyway, this guy, he got very upset because I was a little flabbergasted that even though he knew, because he even told me, he said, yeah, I know you're an Astros fan, but he said, it doesn't have anything to do with that. It's just a gift from Seattle. And I said, if you wanted to bring me a gift from Seattle, you should have brought me a Starbucks cup. Hello. That's another thing. He knows that I love Starbucks cups. I have a collection of Starbucks cups. I have maybe about 13 or 14 Starbucks cups. This one I got here in Japan during last Christmas. I guess I should change out my cup. I shouldn't be using a Christmas cup, but it's just handy because it's one of the portable cups. It's not going to break. I can grab it and kind of take it with me. But he knew that I like Starbucks. He could have brought me Starbucks coffee. I drink coffee every single day. But he decided to bring me Seattle Mariners shirt and hat. Yes, Mark, a Pearl Jam CD. That would have been awesome. I actually have. Where is it at? Is it right over here? I have some CDs over here. I have Pearl Jam's Vitology right over here. Literally. The only CDs that I can get to right now. Look at this. There's Manowar. And my friend Koji in Tokyo, he's a musician. This is a signed copy of his album. This is King of the Moon. Koji, King of the Moon. This is my Japanese friend who he signed it for me. I've done some of his music videos. But I get CDs are very popular here in Japan. A Pearl Jam album would have been awesome. I kind of feel like he could have given me a gift from Seattle that was a Seattle gift, but not a Mariners gift. And that's what I wanted him to understand, is that they say it's the thought that counts, but I feel like that was a thoughtless gift. And it's because he told me specifically, well, yeah, I know you like Starbucks, and I know you like coffee, and I know that you like the Astros, and you're not a Mariners fan, but it's just a shirt. It's just a hat. And I said, no, it's not. It's not just a shirt. It's not just a hat. I am a baseball fan. And I said, you told me that you don't even understand how to play baseball. You don't watch it. You don't know the rules. You don't know any of that. There's my weather delay made by ChatGPT. I like it. I like it. I'm going to download that and get it on the screen. But anyway, Sergio and everybody else, that's my story. My fake Mariners fan story. But he was from Canada. I have a couple of really close friends from Canada. One of my best friends is living in America. He married an American woman. Yeah, Temple of the Dog, Soundgarden, Alice in Chains, Nirvana. You know, yeah, a lot of choices, a lot of grunge bands. I love those 90s bands. I was a huge Alice in Chains fan for a long time. So it would have been easy to get me something that was a little more neutral. But the thing that really got me is that he was wearing all this baseball stuff, and he told me he didn't care about baseball and didn't understand baseball. So if he were to watch a game, he'd be very bored, didn't understand how it was played, and he wanted to go see a Hiroshima Carp professional baseball game here in Japan. And we did. But it was difficult dealing with him. And he was supposed to come out and spend the weekend here at my house. But on Friday, after we went to the baseball game, I told him we were driving back. I was going to drop him off at his hotel, and I was driving, and I said to him, I actually stopped at a convenience store, and I said, I need to say something to you, but I want to focus, so I just kind of stopped to get a coffee at the convenience store. And I said, every time I say something, you have something to disagree with, or you have to tell me how I'm wrong, or you have to add something to it. You can't just let me say something and then say your own thing. You're always correcting me, everything that I say. And I just got to a point where I couldn't take it anymore. This was for 2 days. He came in like on a Wednesday. I picked him up and I greeted him at the station, and then I took him, I think we ate, and then I dropped him off at the hotel. And then we spent kind of Thursday and Friday together. And Friday we went to see the baseball game. But by Friday evening, I couldn't take it anymore. I just said, listen, you know, of course, also at the time, I was still dealing with cancer, you know. That's the truth. The truth is I have cancer right now. You know, I've been dealing with it for 3 years. And so when he was here about, when was it? It was I think it was it was before I went into the hospital with a blood clot in my leg. So maybe about 2 years ago is when he came out here. And I told him, I said, listen, I can't have stress in my life from other people right now. I can't have any stress in my life. And the past couple of days, yesterday and today, talking with you has stressed me out so much. I'm having pain in my kidney area. That's very bad. That's very bad. I can't have that. And I said, I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying that talking with you is very antagonistic. Everything I say, you're just coming back with something that rebuts what I say. You can't just let me have my own opinion or make a statement. He was even telling me when to go. Like I'm driving, right? I'm the one driving. And as soon as the light would turn green, he'd say, it's green. What am I supposed to do? Have one foot on the brake and one foot on the gas like a race car driver, and as soon as it turns green, I just slam on the gas? That's basically what I would have to do in order to accelerate prior to him telling me the light was green. So he was constantly telling me how to drive, questioning this, question. He was even using Japanese incorrectly. Now keep in mind, my Japanese is not perfect, but I live in Japan, and my knowledge of Japanese and vocabulary is much higher than his. And he was using words improperly and trying to correct me. So after 2 days, I said, I can't take it anymore. And the Seattle Mariners t-shirt that he gave me, you'll be happy to know that I put it in a box and I sent it to a friend in Tokyo. And I said, here's a free gift. I couldn't keep it. I couldn't keep that here for 2 reasons. One is I don't like the Mariners. I can't stand them. Number 2, it reminded me of the way he was treating me when he was here. So instead of allowing him to come over on Saturday and Sunday, I just said, go enjoy Hiroshima City. Go see it. Go do whatever you want. But don't come to my house because I can't take that. I can't take the constant ridicule. And his response was to say, well, you're doing the same thing to me. He literally proved me right. And I said, I haven't corrected you on anything. Name one thing. And he couldn't. It was one of those things. It was just an unfortunate thing, but, I thought it was funny. Funny story. Let's see here. Where's the weather delay? Weather delay. Images. There it is. I need to make it a little smaller though. There we go. How about that? Perfect. Now I have my own graphic on the screen. Anything in the live chat? Mark says good bands. Yeah. Smart move. Obsessive disorder, controlling narcissism. Absolutely, Mark. 100%. And just, I don't want to say anything, and I won't. I won't say anything bad, but one of the things I noticed, he talked about how everyone around him, like he had a wife and a couple of kids, a daughter and a son. And he said that one day when I think his son was the older, his son graduated and went off to university. And then his daughter graduated high school. The day that she graduated high school, he came home from work and there was a note on the kitchen table from his wife. And it said, The kids are finished with school. I did my duty. Sayonara. Goodbye. That's literally what she did. She hung around long enough to get the kids out of school. And then she left him immediately. And he talked about it. And at first, when he told me about it, I thought, oh, that sounds horrible. But then after being with him for a couple of days, I began to imagine why she did that. I can't imagine how strong she must have had to have been to deal with that, to being everything that she said, everything that she did, being constantly criticized and put down. And I mean literally everything. I started, when he and I were together, I just thought, is it my imagination? Is it just accident? So I decided to start testing him. I started giving him some opinions of mine, just offering opinions and saying some things just to see how he would respond. And 100%, this is not an exaggeration, 100% of the time he responded by correcting me or adding to what I was saying as if what I said was not complete or not enough. So 100% narcissist, 100%. And then when he, later on, whenever he tried to turn everything around on me, he literally said, well, I've been having to deal with the same thing from you for the past couple of days. See, everything you said about that I was doing, you've been doing that for the past 2 days. And I said, if that's true, then why haven't you said anything? Well, I was too nice to say. I was just going to let it go. But you couldn't let it go, so I didn't let it go. I said, well, I'm not yelling. I'm talking calmly. You're getting, a little emotional, a little loud. And I never did. I never got loud. Just stating some facts. And, once again, I don't say, you're doing this wrong, you're doing that wrong. That's not how I come at people. I say, listen, whenever you and I talk, I feel like you're just being antagonistic because whenever I say something, for example, I said this, and then you came back with this. Very contradictory, antagonistic. And then I said this, and then you said that. So I give a few examples so that they can understand how I feel. And then I asked them, do you see how this can make me feel ignored or made to feel less or whatever? But he blew up and started trying to turn it around and pointing the finger back at me. You do the same things. You're doing the same thing to me. It just made me realize that his wife must have been far stronger than me to stay with him until the kids graduated high school. And then he said that, he did tell me that night, he said, I don't understand why you have a problem. Nobody else has a problem with me. And the thought crossed my mind to say, did your ex-wife have a problem with you? But I held my tongue because I did not want to just attack. I just remained silent, dropped him off at the hotel, wished him well, and that's it. He sent me one more message later on saying that he didn't understand. And once again, he didn't understand because everybody loves him. Everybody loves him. Everybody thinks he's great. Nobody's ever said anything like that to him before. Everybody's always there for him. And so he put all this blame on me. It's all me. And I didn't respond because I said everything that I needed to say. And after that, he completely blocked me on Facebook. Can't even see his profile. He just completely blocked me. But it's okay. No big deal. People like that you don't need in your life. Will Bite says, any update on when the game might start? Well, right now, I don't see it there, but maybe I can find something. Let me take a look. let's see. $34 ago. 41 minutes ago. Try to get the most recent one. 35 minutes ago is the most recent so far. 25 minutes ago. $25 minutes. So it looks like 25 minutes is the most recent update. Let me see what it says. I'm opening a news website. This is from the Associated Press, updated. I can actually show my screen to you guys. See this? This is the image on the screen. Of the stadium, or yeah, with the covering on it. It just says it's delayed due to rain, and this was 25 minutes ago. It doesn't have any kind of update. I don't see any update online. Unfortunately, I don't see any kind of update. But we did get over 21 likes already. The game hasn't even started and we're over 20 likes. That's awesome. Today might be a 40-day. If the game actually does start and we have a full game today, I might get over 40 likes for sure. Might even be a record for this year. Might even get 50. Who knows? That would be great. Go back to the live chat, see if anything's going on. Sergio says, lesson of the day, when you have a cancer in your life, get rid of it. Even his wife was sleepless in Seattle. Yes, that's right. Because of his attitude. I've never met him and I can't stand the guy. I mean, the word that comes to mind is insufferable. Truly insufferable. I mean, if you're from Canada and you don't like baseball, it kind of makes sense. I know that a lot of Canadians don't care about baseball. I get it. But you're a transplant in Seattle. You're decked out in Seattle Mariners stuff. You openly admit you don't care about baseball, don't want to care about baseball, don't understand it, don't want to understand it, and yet you're wearing the stuff. And then you know that the guy you're talking to is a big Astros fan, and you bring him Mariners stuff, and then you get upset because he says, I'm not a Mariners fan. You know, I did say, I appreciate you bringing me a gift, but why Mariners stuff? You know, why not something that represents Seattle but is more neutral? And he just blew up at me over that because I didn't take, I didn't just happily take what he had for me. Now, I wasn't a jerk about it. You know, I didn't say, oh my God, what is this? Why did you bring me this garbage? I didn't respond like that. I just looked at it. And he handed it to me, and I looked at it, and I said, you know, I'm an Astros. I mean, I pointed at my hat. I was wearing my hat at the time. And he goes, well, yeah, I know that. I know you're always, you know, you're wearing your Astros stuff, and he acted like it was not a big deal. And I said, maybe you don't understand what it's like to be a fan of a team. But when I was a little boy, from the time I was a baby until the time I was about 7 or 8 years old, I lived in Houston. And I was born an Astros fan, basically. So how can you expect me to ever wear another team's stuff? Yeah, let's move on. Pretty interesting, but it's the same for any relationship. Now, I will say this is something that I have been thinking about recently. A long-term friend of mine, he recently, I guess you could say, broke up with me, if you want to call it that. It sounds like a romantic relationship. But the reason is because he and I actually, we've known each other now for almost, I would say around 12, a little over 12 years. And we've been pretty good friends that whole time. The main thing about our relationship is that we're able to have discussions. Primarily, we will talk about some movies, but we also have some discussions about life and meaning and stuff like that. Some kind of philosophical style discussions. And what I realized is that if you guys are familiar with the term shrinking yourself, it means somebody doesn't give you space to express who you really are, or they don't give you the space that you need to fully express who you are. But this phrase has become more popular recently. Shrinking yourself for the sake of others. Make yourself smaller so that they are comfortable with you. Have you guys heard this expression? It's very easy to understand, though, if you think about it. Maybe there's somebody in your family or a friend even that you have. Whenever you speak with them, there are opinions or thoughts or whatever that you have, you cannot share with them. Because if you do, either they will respond harshly, or they will just kind of blow it away like it's not important, or they will make fun of it or whatever. The response is not good. Maybe they just want to avoid it. They don't want to talk about it. Well, when people are not accepting everything about you and what you think, then they're trying to shrink you. They're trying to make you smaller. They're not giving you the space, okay? They're not giving you space to share your opinion and express yourself and be who you are. Well, typically, it's kind of funny because this friend of mine named Michael, he and I generally gave each other a fair amount of space. But the space that I gave him was unlimited. And when you talk with me, I give you unlimited space. People will say that, but they really don't know what it means. When you give someone unlimited space, that means you really do allow them to say and express anything they want and have any opinions they want without restriction. The only restrictions I have is that people be respectful. That's all. You can say and believe anything you want as long as you're being respectful to me. I don't consider that a space issue. I just consider that a kindness issue. So, if you believe in the flying spaghetti monster, if you guys are familiar with that, it's just a joke, but if you believe that the flying spaghetti monster is God, I don't believe that, and I think it's silly. But if you want to really talk about that and share something about it, and you're not being rude, you're not being insulting, then you're free to do that with me. But I realize that with my friend Michael, he's very, very scientific, and there's nothing wrong with being scientific, but his science has become kind of a religion, which is what I refer to as scientism. A person who doesn't have a religion and cannot speak to anything and won't speak to anything that is even spiritual in nature. So if you mention anything that sounds spiritual or religious, or mention anything that references the Bible or biblical beliefs, even if it's not religious, even if you're not talking about a religion, you're just talking about some things from the Bible, he lights up and he can't stand that. Recently I was sharing my beliefs, my current spiritual beliefs. This was back in January. And he basically said, I can't agree with you And because I can't agree with you, we can't be friends because I won't be your echo chamber. And I said, what? I never asked him to agree with me. I never told him you have to agree with me. I was just telling him where I'm at. Like I said, my life is in a very serious situation. The doctors think I'm going to be gone in the next year or two. And if I'm serious about staying alive and getting better, then I seriously have to change something deep in my life. There's something really deep in my life that is causing me to be in the condition I'm in. That's what I believe. I don't believe it's just random. I didn't just randomly get cancer. I didn't just randomly have all my family turn their backs on me, even my daughter. I didn't just randomly have money troubles and career problems. I didn't just randomly constantly have my relationships break up and my wife take my daughter away, my girlfriends leave, and all of these things aren't random. They're happening for a reason, you know. And so I decided to spend time thinking about it. Mark says, people want to influence. If you are creative, best to get away. Lots of critics. Yeah, everybody's a critic, right? Everyone's an armchair quarterback. But most people in the world are a little too busy. They're focused every day on the things that they have to do, the practical things they have to get done every day. Very, very busy. Have to go here, have to go there, have to do this work, have to do that work, have to do this errand, have to do that, have to pay this bill, have to pay that one, have to go to the hospital, have to take care of the kids, have to talk to the family, hang out with friends, go to the hall, go out and party or go have some drinks or whatever, wash the car, you take care of the yard, fix some things, etc., etc., etc. Life is busy, go, go, go all the time, so much to do, places to be, people to see, things to do, people to do. There's always something to do. Busy, busy, busy. No time to think. So whenever people like me want to actually have a good conversation about, hey, why are we here? Why are we really here? People who question what we're taught in church growing up, the meaning behind what's in the Bible, just for example, metaphorical meaning versus literal meaning. The list is long, my friends. I've done a tremendous amount of reading and thinking and pondering and meditating and praying. And when I was diagnosed with cancer, at that time, I really felt like my life was just a big joke because my childhood was so difficult. At least that's the appearance. The appearance was that it was really difficult. Daily difficult family life with my parents and my brother and my sister. Difficult marriage. No success in my career. Struggling with money. The list is very long. And then suddenly, oh yeah, you have cancer. You're gonna be gone in a couple of years. It's like, man, is life a joke? That's the way I felt. That's really the way I felt. And when you get to a point like that, what do? There's nobody here to support me. I don't have a wife to lean on, a family to lean on. Even I can't depend on my daughter. I haven't spoken with her in over 2 years. I'm not telling you guys this because I'm being negative. That's not what I'm just letting you know that the appearance of my situation for most people looks really bad. But it has led me to go inside of myself and consider the meaning in all of this. What's really going on? What causes all of these things? It makes me think more deeply about life and why we're here, who we are, what we're capable of, and to what degree do we have control over what's happening to us? Or do we have ultimate control? Do we have total control? Is the things that are happening to me, is it really a result of what I'm believing and thinking on the inside? So that's the direction I went. And my friend Michael, when we were talking about this back in January, he just couldn't accept the conversation. So he said, I don't agree with you, and I'm not going to agree with you, and I won't be your echo chamber to just agree with you. So we can't be friends. And I said, well, I didn't expect you to agree with me. Just understand me. That's all. Just understand that this is my belief. You don't have to accept it. You just have to understand that that's my belief. But he couldn't discuss it anymore. So he just ghosted me. He stopped talking to me. And we were friends for over 12 years. The reason I told you this story is because when you change your state, people start disappearing from your life. Sergio says, if you get a chance, look up the song I'm Sorry by David Kaufman. It's one of my favorites. I'll check it out. I choose to believe that everything is providence. Well, my current beliefs, I won't go too deeply into it, but if you guys ever take the time to listen to and read people like Neville Goddard and William Blake, these type of thinkers, the way that they teach what's in the Bible, it's from a completely different angle, something you'll never hear in a church. According to ESPN, there's still a rain delay, but you guys already know that, right? I'm still waiting for some information. Just so you know, I've got the broadcast going on. They just haven't updated any information. They did say earlier that they were going to update some information about the rain delay, but they haven't done anything. They haven't done any such thing. 23 likes on the live stream. Go STROS! All right, this game is 0-0. I'm going to have mixed emotions if they cancel the game. On one hand, I have things to do. I still have to finish hooking up my water system, but it's going to require a little bit more work than I was expecting. Every day I do a little bit of work and I think, okay, today's the day I'm going to have water. And then something either doesn't work or something breaks. And then I have to retool it. And then I think, okay, today is going to be the day. And it's not. Again, I have to retool or fix something. And then the next day, okay, now it's going to be the day, right? It must be the day. And then it's not again. But anyway, what I was saying earlier is that every single one of us, all of you guys, me, everybody, we all exist in different states. You can call it ego, you can call it emotional state, you can call it energy, you can call it vibration. But all of these things are referring to the same thing. Essentially what it is a belief-backed emotional state. So your belief uses the fuel of emotion. Emotion is fuel, and it powers your beliefs. I think that's the easiest way to look at it. Your belief is the same as your imagination, and your emotions is the fuel that powers that imagination or that powers that belief. So if on the inside you're really, really worried about something, that's your imagination, your belief. And your emotions, the worry, is the fuel. And it's lighting that up. And then it causes these negative things to happen outside in your life. So everything is from the inside out. So if you're looking around at your life and there are things and you say, you know what, I just don't understand. Why are these things so bad? It's from the inside out. What you're seeing is a reflection of what you're creating from the inside out. Some people have a big problem with this because they will say, well, that's not fair. You know, what about the people that, you know, are in wheelchairs and they can't talk and they can't move, and or maybe they were born like that or like this or like that. I understand that it's a really difficult concept to understand, but they're talking from the viewpoint that those people are separate from God. There's a separation, and this is what they teach in the churches, right? That God is like this big omnipotent being that is outside of ourselves, and it's high and mighty, and we have to like fall down and worship as this outer separate being. But the Bible doesn't actually teach that. It doesn't say that anywhere in the Bible. Think about that. The Bible never says anything about God being separate from us. Now, it talks about us being separated from states, but not separated from God. And it even talks about the kingdom of God being within and the Spirit being within. And if God is omnipresent and everywhere at once, then how could God ever be separate from us anyway? So there are a lot of teachings that are going on in the churches that make no sense. They're not biblical. And I began to realize that for me, my perspective is that the things that are happening to us are a direct result of what we truly believe based on our emotions and inner feeling, not just some random events. And it's not something that you can overcome by working hard. So if you just say, well, you know what, I've got some emotional issues to work through, I can go to counseling and I can overcome that, I can learn to deal with it, and I can work hard and learn a skill, and I can become rich through my hard work. And when I do my hard work, people will appreciate me because of my hard work, and I'll get promoted, and I'll make more money, and then I can get married and have a nice family. I have children, I can retire. And no, that's what the world says. The world says you have to do all those things. The world says you have to do all of this to become wealthy, or you have to be lucky to some degree or whatever. But none of that's true. What is true is that life is what you truly believe on the inside. That's what's true. And that's what I believe. You don't have to believe that. I'm just saying that this is where I'm at in my life. If I'm suffering in my health because of cancer, if I'm going to check my bank account and I have no money in it, if my house is falling apart around me, if I can't get the water system going, etc., 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 if I can't even have a solid romantic relationship, if I'm alone most of the time, these things happen from the inside out. I take full responsibility for that. That's not an easy thing to do. But that's what I believe. So my only focus right now is how can I continue to purposefully control my emotions and what I really believe on the inside about life, about everything. I'm not talking about positive affirmations. It's easy for a person to get up and say, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me. Today's going to be a great day. But those are just positive affirmations. If on the inside you don't feel on the inside that you're worthy, that you're lovable, that you're successful, that you're wealthy, that you're healthy, if you don't feel that, then you don't believe that, and that's what you'll create on the outside. So it's very important. What do you really believe on the inside? That's very important. Hey, Jordan, howdy doodies to you. Jordan says, I'm sorry, Uncle Albert. Uncle Albert? Uncle Albert. I wonder if I can look that up right now. I can. I have time. Let me see. I'm sorry, Uncle. Oh, Admiral Halsey? Linda McCartney, is that right? I'm sorry. by David Kaufman. There we go. I'm going to listen to that right now. Maybe you guys can hear it just a little bit. Let's see. I'm Sorry by David Kaufman on YouTube. Hmm. Very interesting so far, Sergio. This song. Um, he talks about a new girl moving to the neighborhood, right? And how it was his opportunity to prove that he was something, by bullying her, putting her down. Pretty interesting so far. Ah, I thought I'd grow taller if I made you smaller. Aha, yes, that's right. It's very similar to what I was saying earlier about shrinking people, right? Shrinking people, making others smaller. I was wrong. I was wrong. It's very simple but direct. I'm sorry I pushed you down. This is a really good song, Sergio. I like it. Thank you for recommending it to me. It's good. It's very introspective. Hey Susan, good to have you back. It's nice to hear from you. I know that the topic is pretty deep. It's way off the game, but yeah, weather delay. That's what happens in the weather delay. We have a serious conversation. But what did you say here? My husband and I had a rough time, or have had a rough time. And this song by Danny Goki, Tell Your Heart. You guys are giving me several. I got 3 recommendations to listen to. Tell Your Heart to Beat Again has helped us. Now I have to make a playlist. Let me see if I'm going to type these in. So I've got a recommendation from Sergio, which I'm listening to right now, and then the recommendation from Jordan, and then now one from Susan. And by the way, guys, I am working on a music video. I made a song recently. I wrote the lyrics. I spent a lot of time on the lyrics, and actually, I have a rough version of the video I can share with you guys if you're interested in seeing it. I might even can show it on here. I could, if I can figure out how to do that, because I've got a rough video I've been making with the help of AI. But I wrote the lyrics and produced the song, and basically the idea is taking the scenes in your mind, the things that you really desire for your life, and making that your shrine, making that your place of worship, basically is what it means. You worship that, you make that your focus, and you believe in that, and you see it as already real. That's what you make your shrine. Your temple is your holy place, right? This is your temple. This is your holy place right here. And when you're constantly worrying about the future, or you're scared of something, or you're regretting the past or whatever, you're desecrating your temple. You got to get that out, and you have to replace it with the scene that you want. And that's the name of my song, Let This Scene Be Your Shrine. Choose this scene to be in the holy place, the Holy of Holies. This is the Holy of Holies right here. So, let's see. I'm Sorry by David Kaufman. And then I'm Sorry, Uncle Albert. Is that right? Jordan, I'm Sorry, Uncle Albert. Is that, let me take a look at that. Admiral Halsey, is that right? Is that what you said? Let me go back and take a look. I don't know. I see a couple of results here. I see like Beatles, Uncle Albert, Admiral Halsey. Is that who it is? Paul and Linda McCartney. Is that right? Paul and Linda McCartney? Maybe. And then I have Susan says, tell your heart to beat again. Tell your heart to beat again by Danny Goki. Okay. Konnichiwa, Astros Houston. Thank you for coming in. You can see we're still on weather delay. Sergio says it's not the song itself, it's the meaning that is so grand. If you've endured a difficult life, you don't understand where it takes you. Yeah, that's the thing about music. If the lyrics are not good, then I can't stand the song. That's why some of the young students, the young friends that I had when I was in China, when I was teaching in China, they listen to some garbage music. Like I'm in love with your body, stuff like that. And I'm like, this is garbage, total garbage. Listen to something better. And they would say, you don't like this style of music? No, it's not the style of music. It's the lyrics. The lyrics are garbage, total garbage. If you're going to listen to something, put good stuff in your head. Don't put garbage in your head. If you want to listen to dance music or electronic music or even heavy metal, it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. What matters is, what are they saying in the lyrics? Don't listen to garbage. Don't fill your mind with that junk. They laughed at me. And I said, well, you're too young. There's an expression in China, too young, too stupid. So that's what I told them. I said, you're too young, too stupid. They laughed, but it's true. They just want to have fun. But they realize there's no happiness in that, to just go along with all of that junk. Mark says, check out Haley Reinhart. Her vocal control and delivery is unreal. She did a lot of covers that are unreal. Mark, I also like Sarah Brightman, if you're familiar with her. She was the original performer for Phantom of the Opera, but she has her own solo career, and I saw her live when I was in southern China. She blew me away. She has some amazing songs, absolutely amazing. Wonderful voice. Susan says Romans 12:2 is what you just said about that shrine. You're absolutely right. And Susan, you'll hear me, if you talk with me long enough, you'll hear me quote a lot of scripture. But I'm not religious. I do use the Bible. To me, the Bible is extremely important. Extremely important, but not from a religious standpoint. I don't follow any religion or denomination. I'm completely independent. And I don't mean that I go to an independent church. I go to no church. It doesn't matter what church you go to. You can go to any church you want. But for me, I can't go to a church. And the reason is because if I go to a church, I have to adhere to their rules. And this is where we have a problem. Because if you follow any religion, it doesn't matter which one it is, and you can't say that Christianity is a religion. I guess you can say, but the reason I'm saying that is because Christianity is like an umbrella, okay? Underneath that umbrella are many, many, many different denominations, and they all say that they're Christian, right? It's no different than Islam or any other religion. You have like the big umbrella term, and then there are many different forms of that underneath. But here's where I personally have to part ways, is that no matter which one you choose, they all have rules, and they all have a box, and they will keep you in that box. If you try to step outside of that box, then you're a troublemaker. You can't ask questions. And I always ask questions. So I realized that no matter how good the people's intentions are, whatever church I go to, they always have their own rules and their own belief system. They have their checklists, the things that they believe and the things that they do. And that's true for 100% of every church on earth. So I have nothing to do with any of those. I just study and pray and think for myself, I guess you could say. Astros Houston says, Mariners lost. Yes, they did. They lost. Indeed, they did. If this game gets canceled today, then the Astros will move up a little more, right? Maybe Fromber won't have an opportunity to pitch. I wonder how long they'll delay this game. It's 9 o'clock a.m. here. The game was supposed to start an hour and a half ago. Almost exactly an hour and a half ago. So we're already an hour and a half behind. But anyway, yeah, Sergio, what you were saying is something I believe 100%. The meaning of the song is very important to me. The lyrics are what really strike me. So if the song itself is very simple, but the message is straightforward and resonates, to me it's powerful. It's very powerful. But the problem with a lot of people nowadays is that they're in their movies and their TV shows and in their media, their TikToks, and music. They want some really strong stuff that just reaches out and grabs them and shakes them, you know. You could say media coffee, right? Shakes them and wakes them up. Gives them some energy. But when you show them something deep, they get scared and they back off. They don't want anything to do with that. Yeah, Susan says it's not about religion. Christ is about relationship, not rules or regulations. Yeah, Christ to me is an inner truth. It's inner truth, but they're not teaching that truth in the churches. And to me, Christ and God are very much a part of our lives directly, very much an inseparable part of us. But whenever we go to the church, they teach fear. You know, if you're a new person and you've never been to a church before, and then you go into a church, what you're going to hear is that you have to do this and this and this, otherwise you're going to die and go to hell and burn forever. Where's that? You know, I don't understand. Why do I have to be scared into believing a certain way? I don't understand that. Even my father-in-law, my ex-father-in-law, he was a pastor of a church for many, many years, decades. And one day we were having lunch together, and he said that he had started to doubt. This is a man who was almost 60 years old, almost 60. His entire life, he'd been a missionary. He learned French. He was a missionary in France. He pastored a church there. He pastored churches in southern Louisiana, in northern Louisiana. He grew his church to have a mega church. It was a really big church. He's been to Haiti on mission trips. He's been all over the world, teaching and pastoring all over the world. And one day he sat down with me when he was about 60, and we had lunch. And he said, "What do you think about eternal punishment? Like basically burning in fire forever for not believing in Jesus." And I said, to be honest, I've let that go. I just can't accept that anymore as proper doctrine. And he said, "Why not?" And I said, "Well, I thought about this one day. I have a daughter. At the time, my daughter was quite young. She was only about 6 years old, maybe 6 or 7 years old. And I said, my daughter means the world to me. And if my daughter, when she's little, if I tell her that she has to do certain things, and if she doesn't do those things, then I'm going to punish her. And of course, as she grows up, she has her own choices to make. She can decide to do whatever she wants. But I decide that she didn't make the choices that I wanted her to make. So when she gets to be maybe 18, maybe even younger, maybe 15, maybe 18 years old, maybe 25, maybe 35, I give her a certain amount of time, but it's random. And I finally say, you know what, enough is enough. She's not doing what I want her to do. So I take her and I lock her away in like a dungeon. And every day I torture her. This is my daughter, right? I torture her and I punish her every day. So badly that she almost dies, and she wants to die, but I don't let her die. I keep her alive. And then the next day I do it again, and I just torture her every day for the rest of her life. It's horrible, right? Everyone agrees that that's absolutely horrible. She doesn't deserve that. Just because she didn't agree with me, she didn't go with what I wanted for her. And I torture her for the rest of her life. Now, imagine that, except she never dies. She's immortal. And I never die. I'm immortal. And I keep her locked in a dungeon and I torture her every day for eternity. Is that fair? Of course not. It wasn't even fair before, but when you say eternal punishment, literally, think about this. Infinite punishment for finite disagreement. It makes zero sense. People don't understand. They talk about eternal punishment, but they don't even understand the concept of eternity. Why would a loving God just create man and woman, just zap and say, you must do these things or I'm going to burn you forever? I don't want to be created by something like that. And so I stopped believing that. And my father-in-law, the pastor of this mega church, he said, I too am having trouble with that. Think about that. He'd been teaching that his whole life from the pulpit. If you die without Jesus, then you're going to burn forever, for all eternity. But he started listening to his gut, thinking, maybe this is not the correct teaching. Something to think about. So I do believe in Christ, and I do believe in God and the Spirit, but not like the churches are teaching. It's different. My belief is different. Rex says, when's it going to start? That's a good question. But Rex, I can show you this. If you look on the screen, you can literally see that the MLB network says that the event is in rain delay. There has been no update. I'll do another search online right quick. and see if there's a new update. Right now, it's looking like the last update was an hour ago. I don't see anything new. 2 hours ago, 1 hour ago, 35 minutes ago. No, that one's not related. Not a related news article. No other update. I apologize. I have no new news for you. I'm just hanging out until I find out for sure that the game is canceled or it's going to start. But we'll find out. I'm Love Song Go 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 Astros. I don't even like love songs because love songs are usually just emotionally damaged. They're written from an emotionally damaged point of view. Most songs, I would say, most songs miss the mark. I've really started paying a lot more attention to what I put in my head these days. Our entire lives are full of things that we shouldn't be allowing. Let me go back to this song right quick. I want to take another look at this song. Listen to the rest. Sorry. He says it over and over again, and that's one of the things that I found interesting is that when you talk to some people, they'll say, yeah, I don't like this song because it's repetitive, but that's one of the things that people miss. I don't know if it's because of my creative side or because I think in metaphor and symbolism and stuff when I'm listening to lyrics like this. He says in the song over and over again, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. So he's repeating it several times. And in my mind, I'm picturing this music video, because right now it doesn't show a music video. If you look at the screen, it's just the CD cover, right? It's just the CD cover. But in my mind, I'm thinking that if I were making a music video of this song, then I can see each time he says I'm sorry, it's showing different scenes where he's hurt different people. He's not just saying it to one person. He's talking about all the people that he hurt and that he wronged. And so if you're watching a video, that could be very powerful. And if a person applies that to their life, that song can become emotionally powerful. It's a good, simple song. Very direct, very profound. NPC says, will the match start or is it canceled? Right now, it says it's in delay. You see that on the screen? I'm following the MLB site, and it just says it's in delay. It has not been officially canceled as of now. So I'm sorry. There's your answer. Currently, there is no update about whether the game will be canceled or not. I'm hanging out for updates. How about I pin that message at the top? This will be useful for you guys. I'll just pin that message so people coming in can see it. Sergio says, although I don't think that Framber Valdez will let us down if he gets a chance to pitch today, this rain delay beats being down 8-2 in the 8th inning. That's true. Or even 3-0. Even 3-0. Let's see here. I wonder if I can share my music video with you guys. Let me see if I can do that. I think I likely can. I likely can. Where's my history tab? You know, it's really funny. One of the Astros channels that I follow, they often, I might even be able to show it on the well, I'm not going to show it because I don't want to embarrass the guys, but they are teachers from what I understand, and they do the podcast in their free time. But they often, and I mean really often, like 70% of the time, maybe 75% of the time, they misspell words on their thumbnails. And I think that's kind of sad considering that they are teachers. I won't show you their channel. I don't want to embarrass them. But I found that funny. They even spelled names wrong. Like, they spelled Yiner's name Yanir, and then they misspelled fractured about Jordan. It's like they can't make a thumbnail without misspelling words. I don't get it. Let's see here. Where is that link? I can find it. And if I can, I will share it with you guys. Don't. Where is it at? Where is it at? Oh, I think that's it. Right there. Yes, that's right. There it is. Now this is a rough edit. It's not the full version, and it's not a high quality version. It's just the 720p. But I think I can actually show it to you guys. Let me see here. Let me try to share. Let's see. Game capture. Capture your gaming screen. Let's see here. Video. Let's call it video. Capture a specific window. Oh, maybe I need to do browser. Let me delete that one. Yeah, delete that. Add a browser. Not a window capture. I think it has to be a browser. Where's it at? There it is. Browser. Browser. Video browser. I'll share with you guys. This video. Hey, there it is. I'm going to give it a try and see. Oh, it says I can show it through a local file. I can also do that. That might even be better. That might be yeah, I think that's a better option. I'm going to show you guys a video that I made, a music video. I just have to figure out where I put it. Four minutes, 4:07. Yeah, that's it. Is it going to play? Refresh. Can I automatically play it? Well, it's not actually playing right now, so we'll try it a different way. Scene, text. I guess we just go back to the browser. Control audio using Prism. There we go. Where's the audio? I don't have any audio there.
This scene is why you're here. Not this old house, not this land, not even in this body, nor any man.
It says
this is your
soul, but I don't actually hear any audio.
Your true and hidden flame.
Advanced audio properties.
The answer to the silence.
That's interesting because it says that there's audio, but I'm not hearing it.
Let this scene be your shrine. Let it prove what you've become.
You guys hear that at all?
'Cause you don't have to try anymore.
Oh, it is playing.
The ending has already come. Just return to it so gently. Let it hold and embrace you while you stand. This is not a dream you're chasing. This is you, who I am.
Okay, Sergio, you said share the link. I guess I can do that. It's unpublished, but you guys can see it. That way you can watch it on your screen. But this is a song that I wrote, and I'm currently trying to finish the video. I have to spend a tremendous amount of time describing each little clip that you see in a very detailed way so that the AI can make it and try to match it as closely as possible to my own vision. But if you guys are interested, you can take a look at that. That's the link in the description. For those of you who are wondering what's going on the screen, we're in a rain delay. I just shared a link to the music video that I'm working on these days. Obviously, in order to make movies or music videos, it requires money. With money, you can get crew, equipment, actors, etc. You can get the resources you need to make stuff. But until that day comes, I do have access to some tools online, and I'm able to write. I'm able to write my own lyrics, as always. I'm always writing something. And then I can use my writing ability to describe the scenes that I want to depict, and then give those to the AI tool. And it can create each shot and each scene as I describe it, and then I edit and I edit it and put it together to go with the music to build the music video that I want. And that's what you're seeing right now, is the first full rough edit of my song that I wrote called "Let This Be Your Shrine." Truly, though, your holy space is your mind, what you're focused on and how you feel about it. And by thinking about something, whether it's a negative emotion of worry or fear or anxiety, or whether it's a positive emotion of appreciation and love, gratitude, belief, and faith, you can choose any emotion you want. You can allow yourself to have any emotion you want about anything. But when you place that emotion in your Holy of Holies, in your mind, that's the result you're going to get in your life. That's my belief. So I do believe that the Bible teaches this 100%. And that's why I say that the churches don't understand and properly teach the Bible. But anyway, if you checked out that video, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I hope you like it. And whenever it's finished, I'll share it with you guys. But that's the very first full rough edit version. Some of those scenes I'm going to improve, replace them with some better. Let me go back and double check the live stream. Sergio says, correct, Brandon. He's repenting. As long as we have breath, it's not too late to change. That's right. If possible, share the video. Oh yeah. I read that earlier. The MLB rule on rain delays is if the weather conditions don't improve within a reasonable amount of time, up to 3 hours, it becomes a rain out. Yeah, it's also a little different, I think, for evening games, right? Because if the game is already supposed to start late, maybe the 3-hour mark is reduced a little bit because it would be unreasonable for the game to be starting too late, right? It would be silly for the game to start 3 hours later. You know, if it's supposed to start, let's say at 7 o'clock, it would be unreasonable for it to start at 10, I think. 29 likes. Yeah, on my screen it says 28. I think the 29th one that you're seeing is from me. I don't get to see my own like. I always like the live stream, but it doesn't count my like for me. You guys can see it for some reason, but it doesn't show it to me. So YouTube is giving me no love. Oh, I did realize I need to charge my headphones. My charge, I'm going to have to get up just for a second, but I think I can keep my headphones on. This is a long cord. So I'm going to walk over here and grab my charger. There we go. Now I'm starting to feel a little peckish, like I want to snack on something, I want to eat something, but I have nothing. Everything I have here, well, I do have canned tuna. It's the only thing I have here right now besides sliced cheese that doesn't require cooking. But if I want to eat anything else, I'm going to have to cook it. I just have in the fridge right now, let's see, what do I have? I have 0 sugar electrolyte drinks, just one big bottle, electrolyte bottle. I have 4 eggs left. I have about 3 or 4 slices of melting cheese. I have a few tortillas, just flour tortillas. And I have some TV dinners, some low-carb, microwavable TV dinners. And then I have about 8 cans of tuna. That's literally all the food I have here right now. Wow, almost at 30 likes and the game hasn't even started. ESPN, the ESPN update just says rain delay. There's also no information, but let me open it up in another tab and see if there's more information. Let's see. I can share this with you guys so you can kind of see. This is the ESPN page. You can see at the very top it says rain delay, but I don't see any news at all about the game. Current weather. Let's take a look at the current weather. Maybe it'll give us a little bit of a clue. It says rain right there. Currently, rain. At PNC Park, it's raining, still raining. My guess is that the game is going to be rained out. I'm just taking a guess here, but I think it's going to be rained out. Probably won't be a game 3. Maybe for the Astros right now, it's for the best. Just take a break. Just take a break. Don't even bother. Let's see here. Back to the live stream chat. Tortillas in Hiroshima, a new sushi concept. It could be, but it wouldn't work here. Probably only work in America. Asians like their rice too much. They love rice way too much. But yeah, you can... I mean, if you really... It's kind of funny because even though I'm in the countryside, there's only one supermarket here. Just one. If I wanted to drive to a different supermarket, I'll have to drive for at least 40 or 45 minutes to get to another one. But the small supermarket here nearby, it actually has tortillas. I was surprised. But yeah, in a regular supermarket in Japan, it's not difficult to get tortillas. You can also get naan bread, you know, Indian naan bread. You can get that easily. Japanese curry is everywhere, but you can also get Indian curry in the stores easily. You can also get salsa. Pretty easy to get things like salsa, taco shells. You know, your really, really basic Mexican food you can get in most supermarkets in Japan. You know, taco shells, salsa, tortilla chips, and soft tortillas. You can usually find those things. The guy that I mentioned earlier, the Canadian guy from Seattle, one of the things he told me was, because I told him that I'm not a big seafood fan. I don't really like seafood very much. And he goes, "How can you live in Japan if you don't like seafood?" And I said, "What do you mean?" And he goes, "Well, everything is seafood in Japan." I said, "Who told you that?" And he goes, "It's an island." And I said, "That wasn't my question. My question was, who told you that all of the food in Japan is seafood?" Anybody who says that doesn't know anything about Japan. Japan is not all seafood. They have a variety of food. Preston says, "No shot that game gets played tonight. Medium to heavy rain for Pittsburgh until 10 p.m. I agree. I don't think it's going to happen. Susan says, "Yankees lead Guardians, bottom of the 6th. You know, that's one thing that I would like to be able to do, is at least show maybe some other game, but I can't do that. My subscription to MLB is just for the Astros exclusively. I have exclusive access to the Astros games. Now, there might be another game that's like a free game, but the problem is if I bring that game up on the screen, then I won't get any updates. But let me see if I can open up a secondary screen. I'll try that. We'll just give it a try. Let me bring up another MLB TV. Oh, Texas is playing 1-1. That's an important game. Sometimes MLB has like a free game of the day. Maybe they'll have something interesting that I can take a look at. We'll see. Let's see here. Cycle through these right quick. Texas at Tampa Bay. See if I can actually pull this up, or if it's not going to let me. Ah, yeah. It's only the radio broadcast. And it pulls up the Spanish one. It gives me the Spanish radio broadcast. No, thank you. No comprendo. Yeah, it's not going to let me have any video unless there's a free game of the day. Is there a free game of the day? Usually they have a free game of the day, but right now I don't see one. Yeah, the only game that I'm really interested in would be the Rangers Rays game. It's in the bottom of the fourth, but I can't watch it. But I can check out the score. Let's take a look at the game cast. We can do that. It's 1-1 with runners on the corners, 2 outs in the bottom of the fourth. The Rays at the plate, trying to drive in some runs. Come on, drive in some runs. Bring those runners home. It looks like they didn't do it. Yep. They failed. They failed. They left runners stranded on first and third on the corners. They go into the bottom or the top of the fifth rather. They're playing in Tampa Bay. 1-1 right now. In the top of the fifth, the Rangers and the Rays. You can see the score there on the screen. Anything going on in the live chat? Got a few things. Let's see. Preston says, I was hoping to see a great third game between my Bucks and your STROS. Yeah. Nobody likes a canceled game or a rain out. It's disappointing, especially when it's a series conclusion, right? The series is even. Preston says, I have MLB TV, so I get every game except the Pirates since it's blackout. Oh, that's unfortunate. Whenever I signed up for MLB, I decided to go with the Astros package instead of all of MLB. There's not a huge difference in price, but getting the Astros package specifically means that I will get basically 99.9% of the games. The only time I won't get the game on MLB is whenever they put it on something stupid like Apple TV. I can't stand Apple TV. I don't like their broadcasting. Broadcasters are very mediocre. The layout on the screen is not good. There's a lot of missing information, a lot of game stats and data that I don't have, so I don't like it. I literally have to sign up for the Apple TV subscription just to do one game and then cancel it. It's so ridiculous. But I do it for you guys because, hey, that's what the channel's about. I get it for free thanks to T-Mobile. You could say you get it in addition to what you're paying, right? I have mixed emotions about T-Mobile. I happened to buy a phone that was formerly T-Mobile, and it wasn't unlocked. The person sold it without unlocking it, and he said it was unlocked, but I struggled to get it unlocked. For more than 2 years, T-Mobile never would unlock it for me. They said, at first they said, you have to get the seller to unlock it. I couldn't locate the guy. Then they said, you don't have to get the seller to unlock it. We can unlock it, but you have to activate it on our network first. And I said, okay. And then I tried to set that up. Then they said, well, you know that even if you get it on our network, you have to get it unlocked first with the original owner. And I said, so I can't just get it on your network first and then get it unlocked? And they said, well, we can't activate it on our network until you get it unlocked. So they kept giving me different information every time I talked to them. And so finally I just said, you know what, I give up. I don't want to fight on those things. So I have a phone that I can't use, and it's useless other than the camera. The camera is good, but I can't use it for anything else really. So I just put it to the side. I don't use it anymore. Brendan, the game probably will be canceled, but right now, that's the only message we're getting, is that it's in weather delay, rain delay. It's still raining right now. The Rangers scored. Looks like they got a home run. Simeon with a solo home run in the top of the fifth. The Rangers are up 2-1 now. That's unfortunate. Come on, Rays. Do better. Stomp those Rangers into the ground. I wish I had more of an update for you about the Astros game, but I'm not getting any new information right now. The information that you see on the screen right there, the event is in weather delay. That right there, that's the updated information. That is the information. I'm having a feeling that it's pretty much guaranteed right now that the game will be canceled. They haven't come back at all to talk with the commentators, not even a little bit, for more than an hour. Let's see, 8:40, 9:40, more than 2 hours. Yeah, it's been more than 2 hours. I haven't heard anything from the commentators for more than 2 hours. It kind of sucks to sit here for this long, because the game itself could be just like 2.5 hours long, and now we've been about 2.5 hours almost. It's getting there. It's getting close. Could have been doing something else, right? We could have been doing something else. But actually, this has been kind of interesting to chat with you guys and be talking here and sharing with all of you. Preston says, I agree. I don't like MLB on Apple TV at all. Yep. There's nothing to like about it, really. I mean, they come in once a year, basically, and they have a game, and then you can only watch it on there. But it's kind of useless. Preston says T-Mobile does T-Mobile Tuesdays, which is deals that are on a discount. And every year they always do MLB TV for free, saving me $100, but I hardly use it due to the blackout on Pirates game. Yeah, I wouldn't want that. If I had blackouts on the Astros game, it'd be very, very disappointing to me. Sergio says, I'll admit that I sometimes go on Locked On Mariners, Locked On Rangers, and troll them. It's my way of giving back for all of the booing every time Jose Altuve steps on the field. Yeah. That's just one of the reasons why I can't stand the Mariners, because their fans are insufferable. But if you notice, whenever you watch an Astros game in Arlington, when they played the Rangers, and Jose Altuve comes to the plate, the crowd is like 50-50. 50% of them are cheering and 50% are booing. It's really interesting. Brendan says, Framer, you mean Fromber, playing tomorrow? What is tomorrow's schedule? Let's take a quick look. Let's go down here to the full schedule. Scroll all the way down. Yeah, tomorrow's game in Cleveland right now it says Gordon. If you see it, it's right there. Colton Gordon is due to pitch. That might change if this game is canceled. They might put Fromber on tomorrow. I sure hope not, though. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to let Fromber rest for that long, but if they start changing all of these pitchers because of this game being canceled, then that means all of my thumbnails are going to be wrong. I think I have, well, let's see. I don't think I did Game 3. I don't think I did the thumbnail for Game 3 versus Cleveland. I think I've just done I've already finished these two. That means I'll have to change these if they have pitching changes. So that would be extra work for me to do if today's game is canceled, which it likely will be. But we'll hang around and see what's going on in the Rangers game. Okay, so it's going into the middle of the fifth, 2-1. So Semien gets the solo home run. Berger homered again, 442 feet. Man, that was a big blast. Berger time. Nothing but solo home runs in this game so far. The Rangers and the Rays. Caminero, Berger, and Semien. 3 solo homers. That's all the runs in this game. 3 hits for the Rangers, 2 hits for the Rays. Almost nothing doing other than the homers. Must be a lot of strikeouts this game. What are the pitchers doing? Let's see. 5 strikeouts for later. Pepio, 7 strikeouts. Yeah, that's what I thought. 12 strikeouts in this game through 4.5 innings. That's a lot. Everybody striking out or hitting home runs. That's the tale of this game so far. The Rays and the Rangers. The Rangers. I've got a game canceled graphic made just in case. Whoops, it made a misspell on the graphic. It added an extra L. We don't need that extra L. Sergio says, I like the idea of Framber Valdez pitching tomorrow against the Cleveland Indians. I wish they were still the Indians. Guardians is kind of silly. There's nothing wrong with being called the Cleveland Indians. But I think they probably will change it. I can't imagine that they'll just skip Framber in the rotation. Brendan says, need Gusto to go back to AAA. I don't know. And replace him with who? That's the question, though. He's in a position that's difficult for him. That's true. But he's not getting destroyed. Brendan, if you think about it, he's not getting destroyed. He's doing so-so, and having a so-so replacement is not bad right now. Gordon's pitching is a nail-biter. Yes. Gordon and Gusto right now are kind of iffy, but, you know, we don't have many choices, unfortunately, at the moment. Preston says, someone at PNC said managers are talking as of 6 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm still waiting. If you see, I'm still not getting any type of commentator conversation. As soon as they make a decision or have some news, it should come on, and I'll let you guys know. Brendan says, good thing the Mariners suck. Yeah, they are having some issues right now. Even with good pitching, they just can't seem to get it done. Yeah, Jordan talking about the overseas better threatening McCullers. Shame on all who thought it was actual fans here. I agree. I remember when the news came out and people in Houston and in the media were talking about it's a shame some of the fans are taking the game too seriously. And I was like, what? Are you kidding me? Do you really think it's fans? On an unimportant game like that? Do you really think the fans would blow up on Lance McCullers because of that? Are you really serious? I knew it was obvious. It seemed obvious to me. It was definitely a better. Somebody had placed a lot of money on that game. It was obvious. There's no way that a fan would ever blow up on an unimportant game like that. Ever. Sergio says we're technically within the time limits for the game to begin. If so, it favors the home team. Let's see here. 8:40, 9:40, 10:40. Yeah, we got about 30. If we're within the 3-hour mark, we got about 35 more minutes. Jordan was saying, I was saying no way the entire time. Yeah, I knew from the beginning, anybody who thinks that that's a fan just wasn't thinking, wasn't using their head. They weren't using their noodle. I am out of coffee, but I've already made my second cup of coffee. So the coffee grounds that I have here are no good. I wonder if the cafe is open today. I could go get a nice lunch. I could do that, but I don't know if they're open or not. Let me show you guys a little something here. Oh, 30 likes. That's awesome. I got 30 likes on the live stream. I can't believe it. 30 likes on the live stream, and it's been weather delay this whole time. You guys are awesome. That's great. But let's see here. Let's see. Cafe Misola. I think I can share this on the screen. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you guys can see that. Cafe Misola. This is a little cafe that is right down the road here in this little town where I live. And the lady that owns it is very sweet, very kind. Right after I got out of the hospital with that blood clot, I was in the hospital for almost 2 months, about 1.5 years ago. And after that time, I had to study my Japanese classes from home. I wasn't able to go to the school yet. I had to do homework and stuff at home. So I would often go to this cafe and just sit there and do my studies and get a little something to eat, have some coffee. They have the best cappuccino. But as you can see on the screen, they post. This is very common in Japan. I don't know if it's like this in the US. Maybe you guys can tell me, but they actually post their schedule, their closing and opening schedule on Instagram. So you might go to the shop one day, like on a Wednesday, thinking, oh, they're going to be open, right? You go down there to eat, and then they're closed. And you're like, what? Why are they closed on a Wednesday? Or why are they closed on a Thursday? Well, it's because you have to look at their schedule. So you can see here, today is the 6th. Here in Japan, it's the 6th. And if you notice that that's right here, Friday the 6th. And there's no red dot. That means they're closed today. They're not open. That's unfortunate, but it's okay. And they're open tomorrow and Sunday, closed Monday and Tuesday, open Wednesday. So you have to go by this schedule. And a lot of shops are like this in Japan. A lot of cafes and restaurants are like this here. if you want to go there, you have to look at their schedule on their Instagram page. Otherwise, you might show up and they're closed. So they don't have regular schedules, like Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 or something like that. They don't do that. You literally have to look at their Instagram. Oh, by the way, this right here is rice. This is local rice. And this Japanese here, this kanji, now that's hiragana right there, hiragana. And this is kanji. But it's okome. Kome means rice. And you can see the rice inside right there. And o in front of a word like this is just kind of a respectful, honorific. It's like kind of you can just say kome for rice, but okome is a little more formal, a little more polite and respectful. I bought a big bag of this rice, just like this, from the local farmers. This is rice from Yoshiwara. Yoshiwara is the area where I live. So if you go outside of my house, where I'm at right now, if you go outside of my house, you'll see lots of rice fields in front of my house. And this rice right here comes from this area. So if anybody wants to order rice from my area, let me know. I can buy you some. You can send me the money and I'll ship it directly to you. You can have rice from this area. Looks like we've got some stuff going on in the chats here. Jordan says, I thought I was a Yankee fan because around the same time a Red Sox player was threatened. Ah. Yeah. Well, Yankee fans can be annoying, but I've never really felt any real hatred from Yankees fans. I feel like there's a lot of fear. The Yankee fans don't like the Astros because of fear, and that's good. Sergio says, I wonder if Jordan pronounces his name like Jordan or Jordan with a J. That's a good question. But I think that it's Jordan because I'm always saying Jordan and he never corrects me. So that's just my guess. Preston says they're rolling up the tarp. Yeah, and you'll see that it still says, oh, I just got a message from the massage place in Geaux. I guess they have a coupon. But yeah, it still says on the MLB page, the game page, it's in weather delay. So as soon as it comes on, I will update you guys. Let me go back to the live chat. Jordan says, do they have pho? Is pho popular in Japan? Yes and no. It's easy to find a Vietnamese restaurant and even Vietnamese, like a Vietnamese, small Vietnamese supermarkets. And I use the term supermarket very loosely here because it's like just a little store where you can buy food from Vietnam. But it's easy to find a little cafe or a restaurant, a Vietnamese cafe or restaurant in Japan. Actually, Jordan, any Asian food, you can find those restaurants in Japan. No problem. Preston says tarp is being dried in the outfield while crews working on infield. Interesting. Brendan says, you live in Japan? Yes, I do. I live in Hiroshima Prefecture in Japan. From here to Hiroshima City, it takes about an hour and a half to drive. Preston says I could see 9:30 to 9:45 start. That's almost 3 hours late. That's crazy. Right now, for me, it's 10:12 in the morning. The game was supposed to start at 7:40. Right now, it's like 2.5 hours late. Thanks, Preston, for the updates. Yeah, Preston, by the way, where do you get that information? It'd be nice to be able to locate that. Oh, okay. Someone on Twitter posted a pic of what's going on. Gotcha. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the update. That's nice. Jeff says rain is expected until after 10 p.m. though. Is it even realistic past that point? It's a good question. It's a good question, Jeff. let's go take a look at the ESPN site because they have a weather link here. Okay, if we go up to the game, or go down to it rather, okay, right here. We can actually scroll down and right here where it shows the park, we have the current weather but link right over here on the right side. We can click that and it shows us that it's still raining. Light rain is what it says. Light rain. But if it has been raining consistently and it hasn't stopped, you know, it's interesting. Maybe because right now we're getting close to the limit, like that 3-hour limit that Sergio mentioned earlier. We're getting close to that limit. Maybe that's why they're trying to get the field kind of ready, just in case the rain stops. Then they have to start the game within the time frame. But it feels ridiculous to start the game so late. Look at this. The nighttime forecast for this area in Pittsburgh is thunderstorms. Showers and heavy thunderstorm. Especially early, it says. Especially early. So what are the chances that they can even finish the game, even if they can start the game? What are the chances that they can finish it? Silly. Just go ahead and cancel the game already. Oh, I think. Oh, I meant to show you that on the screen. I'm sorry, guys. I wasn't sharing it on the screen. Let me go back to that right quick. I was looking at this and I was talking about it, but I thought I was showing it on my screen and I wasn't. This is what I wanted to show you. Currently, at the park, okay, this is the weather directly at the park. It says it's light rain right now. Cloud cover is 100%, okay? That's current conditions. And if you go down to what it says about this evening, it says mostly cloudy and humid with a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm, especially early. Especially early. So it makes you wonder, why even bother starting the game if they're going to have early thunderstorms? Just going to get rained out again. So I think just cancel the game. That's my feeling. But I have another graphic made just in case. I'll show it to you guys if you want to see it. Let me pull it up. Where's it at? Where's the picture? One second. Oh, where's the picture? Ah, there it is. Boom. How do you like that? Just in case. Just in case I need it. Just in case. I had one made by my good friend ChatGPT. If I need it, I have it. Back to the live chat. Anything going on there? Yeah, I got a few messages. Sergio says a coupon from a massage house in Japan, the gift that doesn't stop giving. Yeah, and that's a really nice, calm place too. This is very common in Japan where you take an old house and you just turn it into a business. And this one is like a small 5-room Japanese house, an old, traditional Japanese house. And each room, I think three main rooms, they have the massage table, and it's very quiet. There's almost nothing in the room. There's just the table, the towels, the candles, and some very calm music. And you just go in there and lie down, and it's really relaxing, very nice. But getting a coupon for massage is wonderful, especially when you have blood flow management like I do. Brendan says I would rather have a day off. Well, for me it hasn't been a day off because I've had to sit here, and of course I don't have to. I could just get up and go, but that wouldn't be right. My channel is not about, oh, there's a weather delay. Okay, well, forget this. See you guys tomorrow. That's ridiculous, because what if I get up and I leave, and then the game starts 15 or 20 minutes later, or 30 minutes later? I should be live streaming that. So here I am. So I've been sitting here now for, let's see, 8:30, 9:30, almost 3 hours. It's almost 10:30. I started live streaming. In about 6 minutes, maybe, it will have been 3 hours. And that's a full game. 3 hours is a full game. If they start the game now, and it could be 3 hours long, can you imagine? And what if there's another delay? Can you guys imagine that? I could be on a live stream for like 7 or 8 hours. I would deserve to have 1,000 subscribers after that. Sitting here that long, only drinking coffee. No snacks, no food, no nothing. No nourishment. Just me and Donatello. Me, some coffee, and Donatello. And you guys, of course. You're number one. Preston says, then again, these two teams don't have a common day off later in the year. Going to be hard to get this game made up. Maybe that's why they are waiting this long. Yeah, could be. Don't know the reasons. I haven't heard anything from the commentators, so I don't know what they're discussing. I'd like to, but still waiting. Don't we only need 5 innings? I think so. Jason says, go Houston. Yeah. Go home, Houston. Go to Cleveland. Might as well go ahead and go to Cleveland to get some rest. Jeff says cancel for the safety of the players at this point, not just because it's late. Yeah, being late also adds to the safety problem. It's not just the conditions of the field. I agree with you 100%. The conditions of the field are not good, and that creates a safety hazard. But when it's also much later at night, and they're talking about playing until past midnight, that also increases chance of mistakes and injuries, and that's not fair. It's not good. But it's a business. It's an entertainment business, guys. That's what it is. Pirates should forfeit or flip a coin. Yeah. Preston says tarp being rolled up officially. Grounds crew still working on infield. They're trying to beat that mark, that 3-hour mark. It's coming up in about 18 minutes. It's going to be exactly 3 hours. Jordan says you don't owe anything. That's true, but what's the point in having a live play-by-play channel if you're not going to do the live play-by-play? So this happens sometimes. This is definitely the longest rain delay I've ever sat through, though. Preston says PNC has it reported a 10 p.m. start time. Really? that's I think that's too late. Starting at 10 o'clock is too late. If it's a 3-hour game, you're talking about ending the game at 1 o'clock in the morning. And there's predicted to be more early thunderstorms and showers. It could be delayed again. And I think I think this is about money, because it is an entertainment league, and they want to do their very best to squeeze as much money out of it as possible. If this game is canceled or delayed, or postponed rather, then it will cost them money, and they don't want to deal with that. MLB Network still has... Whoops. Sorry about that. That's not the one that I meant to show. I meant to show that. MLB Network still showing the game in weather delay. But it is pretty cool, though. At least I got... look at the bright side. I got 32 likes on this live stream, and not a single pitch has been thrown. So it hasn't been all for naught. Being here with you guys and having a nice little chat about all sorts of things has been nice and enjoyable. Getting up to 32 likes, that's been awesome. Yeah, maybe let them play 5 innings. They might have agreed to do that. Start the game, play 5 innings, and whoever wins, wins. Okay, same with the Astros. They also just tweeted for 10 p.m. I appreciate it. Thanks for letting me know. Actually, I think I can open that up on the screen. Let me see if I can show that on the screen. If I do a search for the Astros. Oh, I'm on Instagram. They didn't put anything on Instagram. I guess I got to look at Twitter. Astros Twitter. Oh, what am I calling it? Twitter? X. Okay, there we go. X. Okay, all it says here is, if you guys can read that, all it says is today's game versus the Pirates will start in a delay. It doesn't actually say when, but let me go and look at their posts. Okay. 6 minutes ago, that's right. Here it is, 6 minutes ago. Tonight's game is expected to begin at approximately 9 p.m. Central Time, 10 p.m. Eastern. I wonder what the people in the comments say about this. Huh? It says reply to join. They won't let me just view the comments. I have to log in. Really? I have to log in just to view the comments? You can see that I never use X, but I don't use a lot of social media. I even recently froze my Facebook account, so my Facebook account is completely invisible. Nobody can see anything on my Facebook right now. I just got tired of it. Another day in the Berg. The Berg. Pittsburgh. Is there such thing as a hamburger called the Pittsburgh? I've kind of wondered that before. Is there like a cafe that has a hamburger called the Pittsburgh? Can anybody tell me the answer to that? Maybe we can look it up online. The Pittsburgh. Let's try that. The Pittsburgh. Yeah, it says right here. That's interesting. It can refer to several things: an overnight passenger train, an online arts and culture magazine, a historical newspaper, and a sandwich. Let's take a look at the sandwich. It's a sandwich from Primanti Brothers that features a burger, slaw, fries, cheese, and often pastrami or salami on Texas toast. Why would they put the Pittsburgher on Texas toast? That's not a Pittsburgher, that's a Texas burger. It's also driving maneuver, a controversial driving practice in Pittsburgh where the drivers yield to oncoming left-turning traffic, even at the cost of potentially disrupting the flow of traffic. The Pittsburgh left. That's funny. Okay, so let's take a look at this Pittsburgh from Primanti Brothers. We can look this up and get a picture of it, I think. Primanti Brothers Pittsburgher. You guys know about this? Pull up some images. Wow, there it is. The Pittsburgher. Whoa! Look at that. Open this image in a new tab. There we go. That's the Pittsburgher. I was just curious. I was like, hey, is somebody making a sandwich called the Pittsburgher? And they are. What do you know? Look at that. No, stop going crazy. Why is my screen going crazy? What? Why are you messing with me, Windows? All right, so we have, this looks like it has pastrami, right? Maybe even roast beef. It has slaw. I would get rid of the slaw. I don't understand why people put coleslaw on a sandwich. Like, I know in North Carolina, they like to put slaw on their barbecue sandwiches. I think it's disgusting. I don't like, slaw to me is just okay. It's just a so-so food. Why would you ruin a sandwich by putting slaw on there? Slaw is a very so-so side. It's not terrible, but it's not good. It's just so-so. If I can have another side, I will always choose something different. I will never choose coleslaw. Putting it on the sandwich kind of ruins it for me. But this has French fries on it and cheese. Where's the beef, though? Is there an actual hamburger on here? Hamburger meat? Ground beef? I see tomatoes. That's okay. Pretty interesting. Have you guys had this before? Curious to know. Susan says Yankees lead the Guardians 8-0. Or 4-0. I'm sorry, in the 8th. Oh, that reminds me. Let's go back to the Rangers game. That one's really important. The Rangers tacked on another run. Another Semien homer. Look at that. Semien's got back-to-back home runs. Semien has a solo homer in the 5th and in the 7th. 3-1 Rangers in the bottom of the 7th. Wow. This game is literally all solo home runs. 3-1. Solo homer, solo homer, solo homer, solo homer. Come on, Rays, come back. You can't let the Rangers beat you. Preston says all the comments were how both teams gave 0 updates. I'm not surprised, Preston. They give updates about the rain delay just like the Astros give updates on injuries. Either nothing or incorrect information. Or they cover it up. They shade it. Well, I'll tell you what. They've only got a few more minutes. It's 10:32 a.m. right here in Japan. And that game was supposed to start at 7:40. In 8 minutes, that will have been 3 hours ago. So, according to the regulations, if my understanding is correct, the game must start in the next 8 minutes. Otherwise, it has to be canceled. Brendan says gross. You can't handle the Pittsburgher? It doesn't look as good as I thought it would. I thought the Pittsburgher would be like a really nice big hamburger, but that doesn't even look like a hamburger. Sergio says, I don't get the trendy infatuation with fries and a sandwich. You know, when I was a kid, sometimes when we go to a place like McDonald's, I would put those fries on my sandwich. But ordering a sandwich with fries on it, I've never wanted to do that. Brendan says, so is the game starting or what? Oh, that's an easy question to answer. Brendan, look on the screen right there. So it's definitely not starting right now. Trust me. If the game is starting, I will show it to you. I will show you that the game is starting. But until then, it's a weather delay. I'm live on the MLB site. I'll even refresh the screen to see what's going on. Right now, I'm going to refresh the screen. Okay, the MLB TV live screen. And we'll see if there's any change. No change. No change. So, but like I said, they've got about 6 minutes right now. They've got to get the game going in the next 6 minutes. If they're going to get it going at all, it's going to have to start in the next 6 minutes. I believe, but we'll see. Expected first pitch for 10 p.m. We'll see. Yeah, 10 p.m. is 26 minutes from now, but that makes the game basically 3 hours and 20 minutes too late. 3 hours and 20 minutes overtime. I didn't think they could do that. But I'm going to seize this moment while we're waiting to heat up some more water and use the toilet. I'll be right back, guys. But as of right now, the game is not going. You'll see, let me show you this on the screen right quick, just so you'll see. Even on the MLB site, it's still showing a delay. But I'll be right back, okay? Give me just a couple of minutes. Go Astros. Still says weather delay on the MLB screen, but I'll just show you guys what I did right quick. I actually grabbed my last 4 eggs, my flour tortillas, some cheese, my last couple of pieces of meat, and I made myself a couple of tortillas, a couple of wraps. And I've got more hot water, so I can make myself some more coffee also. But I'm just going to put my hot water into my kettle here to keep it nice and hot. I have a hot water jug that keeps the water hot for a really long time. So if I leave the hot water in the kettle, I'll just have to keep reheating it. So I'm just going to take that water out of the kettle and put it into this. Put the cap on, keep it nice and hot. I'll make my fresh cup of coffee in just a few moments. Let me check the live chat to see what's going on here. Let's see. Third Coast Native says 80% chance of rain at 10 p.m. Central Time. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. When you look at the weather forecast, it says thunderstorms, early thunderstorms likely. Astros Radio MOB said begin 8:55 Eastern. Well, that's about 9 minutes from now. That'll give me an opportunity to eat my egg wraps. I don't want to go 7 hours without eating anything. That's not reasonable. Not really. Not very reasonable. You can see there that the MLB site still has the weather delay. I would expect that if they're going to start the game, the radio's broadcast will start within 10 minutes of that. But they haven't started anything just yet, so we'll see. The massage place that I mentioned earlier that sent me the coupons, they also sent a picture. I can share with you guys. The ladies that work there, they shared a picture. I can share it on my screen so you can see. There it is. This place is called Relaxation Villa, but it really is just a body massage place. That's it. They do head, neck, shoulders, body, and leg massage, and feet. That's it. That's all. That's all they do. No more comments about that. Yankees won. Not surprising. Thank you for the update, Susan. The Rangers and the Rays are in the top of the 8th, still 3-1. Looks like the Rangers are trying to score some more runs. They have 2 runners on with 1 out. I'm going to refresh this page. 2 outs. I guess I can show you that on the screen. I can show you the results of the that are going on with the Rangers right now. Whoa. Who's at the plate? Carter. Rangers batting. Got 2 runners on and 2 outs in the top of the 8th. Come on, Rays. First pitch to Carter is a ball. Astros haven't even started their game, and the Rangers game is almost over. I don't know how well you guys can see that, but that's my wrap. Each wrap has 2 whole eggs, some Mediterranean sea salt, coarse ground black pepper, sliced melted cheese, and a thick slice of I don't know how to call it, maybe like a Japanese style sausage, kind of. It's not bad. That's the end of the 8th. Bottom of the 8th coming up for the Rangers and the Rays. The Rangers strand 2 runners on base, which is fine by me. The Rays need to come back and win this game. Knock the Rangers further out of contention. Just noticed that the Rangers are doing terribly on the road. 9-20. Sergio says, one last comment on the subject. Save me a coupon just in case I visit you in Japan. I promise to only bring Astros gear. No problem, Sergio. They always have deals and coupons and stuff. I can take you around and take you to all the best places. Brendan says they should cancel this game. I agree. It's 10:54 a.m. here. Uh-oh. Weather delay. Do you guys know the Chuck Norris TV show, Walker, Texas Ranger? I like the funny joke when we're talking about the Texas Rangers baseball team. When you're in Texas, look behind you, because that's where Rangers gonna be. What a dud game. Yeah, man. If they actually do start this game, at least I can say that I got my brunch out of the way. I just dropped a piece of egg. At least it wasn't on my face, right? Go back and check on that Rangers game. See what the Rays are doing. No update yet. Wow. Finished. Crazy. Sat here for 2.5 hours. Had time to go cook and eat. I'm about to make my 3rd cup of coffee. And the game still hasn't started yet. Three minutes till. I'm going to reload the page and see if there's any update here. Nope. Still says weather delay. Let's go back to that Rangers-Rays game. Right now, it's 1 out in the bottom of the 9th. I'm sorry, bottom of the 8th. Let me refresh that. I want to show it on my screen so you guys can see. There we go. 1 out, nobody on in the bottom of the 8th. The count is 2-2 against Jansen. He just struck out. 2 outs. Come on, Rays, do better. Beat the Rangers. Josh Lowe comes to the plate. Apparently today he is 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. Not a good performance from him. Against the Astros, that's fine, but against the Rangers, you got to be balling, bro. Got to be balling. Uh-oh, look, we have some information on the screen. Wow. It looks like we are about to start, guys. We're about to have a game. Can you believe it? After basically 3 hours and 20 minutes. 3 hours and 20 minutes. We're going to start the game. I'm glad that I decided to eat. I'm so glad that I decided to eat. The crowd here. Well, there is no crowd. Most people have left. Can't blame them. I wouldn't have stayed. Unless I had really good seats. A lot of money to burn. This is going to be a really strong cup of coffee right here. Astros are fully 1 game ahead. If they win this game, they can go up by 1.5. How do you like that? This game is about to get started. Just as I'm getting my fresh cup of coffee started. Mitch Keller takes the mound for the Pirates. .73 ERA. What nonsense, right? What total nonsense this game is. Whoops. Get rid of the Pittsburgher. Jeremy Pena, of course, will be leading off the batting for the STROS. The Astros commentators did just say that the rain was always steady, but never really heavy. That's why they didn't call it. They just waited and waited and waited. But you can see in the stadium, there's almost nobody there right now. It's almost completely empty. Can't blame them. Umpire says, let's go. Let's get this party started. I wonder if they get paid extra for that. Maybe, maybe not. All right. Pena is at the plate. First pitch is on the way in just a moment. And here it comes. Strike one. We finally have a pitch. Hey. 3 hours and 22 minutes is the official rain delay. Pena hits it out to left field. That's going to get down. A sliding catch in the grass. Is that the rain that caused that? He slips, goes down, tries to get it on the slide. Pena's in with a double on the second pitch of the game. That's a nice start. Maybe the Astros can start off by scoring some runs, and then we can end the game in the fifth. The Astros can get the win. That'd be nice. All right, there we go. I need to refresh this screen here. I think the... Oh, Isak hits the first pitch way up in there on the infield. The shortstop is over, and he's got it for out number one. One away. He puts away Perez after one pitch. I want to refresh the... There we go. I just got it refreshed for you guys. Now the information is correct. Altuve comes to the plate. Mixture of boos and cheers. Got some people clapping for him, some people booing. At least there's a mix. Pena on second with one out. Here comes the toss to Altuve. He goes for the bunt and misses it. Strike one. Let me get moved up here a little bit. I need to be a little closer to the screen. Oh, I need more hot water in my coffee. Second pitch on the way. Altuve hits it hard to left field. Oh, just foul. That would have been a double right there. What a rip. 0-2 is the count, but man, he got around on that one. That was close. Take a look at this. Woo! Altuve almost at 2,300 right now for those hits. Here comes the next toss. Fouls that one off. Count remains 0-2. Did you get breakfast last night? Breakfast last night? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I know what you're talking about. Yesterday. Yes, I did. Thank you very much. Altuve hits it hard to left field. It looks like he's going to be right underneath it. Pena tags and heads to third. He should be able to get there no problem, and he does. Out number 2, but Altuve does at least advance Pena to third base. Run on third with 2 outs. Come on, STROS, let's get her done. Christian Walker comes to the plate. But yes, yesterday I was able to get to the cafe within 3 minutes of the time that they stopped serving. So I got there in time. Thank you very much. It was nice. Swing and a miss by Walker. 0-1 is the count. Sergio says, I appreciate all the diehard fans that are still in the live chat. As a bonus, the game hasn't started. We're at 33 likes. Yes, that's awesome. Thank you so much for being here. I'm glad that you guys stuck around. Fouls it off. 0-2. Come on, Walker. Don't you strike out. Don't you do it. Don't you do it, mister. Y'all think Valdez is getting 6 hits? Oh, yeah, definitely. I would think so. Unless the game only goes 5 innings, then he might not. And he does strike out. Man, I hate thinking it, but, you know, I was just thinking maybe Walker's, if he's doing Walker things, he's going to strike out. So Pena gets the leadoff double on the very second pitch of the game. Nothing doing. Nothing comes of it. Astros, nothing in the first inning once again. Bottom of the first coming up. 0-0 in this very late rain-delayed game. But my coffee should be ready. Oh, I need to add a little more water. A little more water. And then it will be ready. Ooh, that's too wet. Too much water on my desk here. Too much of that water spilling out from the coffee filter. All right, there we go. Let's get back to the broadcast here. Still on commercial. They're showing some of the food that they prepare at the stadium. All right. Fromber taking a couple more warm-up pitches before his first inning. Current record for Fromber is 5-4 with a 3.12 ERA. 73 strikeouts, 24 walks. O'Neal Cruz is the first guy to come to the plate for the Pirates. He'll be followed by Andrew McCutchen and Brian Reynolds. First pitch on the way in just a moment. Here it comes. Swing and a miss, a 97-mile-per-hour sinker. 0-1 right off the bat. Astros have the nice bright orange jerseys that I like so much. Here's the next toss. Fouled off. 97-mile-per-hour slider, similar to the last pitch. 0-2 is the count. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Hey, curveball, strikeout. 4 strikeouts that Fromber has against O'Neill Cruz. He doesn't hit Fromber well at all. Every time he strikes him out, it's with the curveball, and he does it again right there. 3 straight pitch strikeouts. That's a good start. That brings up Andrew McCutchen. First pitch is on the way. Swing and a miss. 4 straight strikes for Fromber. Next pitch is on the way. In the dirt. First ball thrown by Fromber. 1-1. Brendan says, I'm going to be mad if someone gets hurt tonight. I understand that. Here comes the next pitch. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Nice curveball. Drops it right in there. 1-2. Mark says they're making contact from this pitcher. Yeah, right off the bat, except for Walker. Walker can't touch the ball, apparently. Swing and a miss. Another strikeout on that curveball. That's back-to-back Ks for Fromber using that nasty curve. Jacob Melton is back out in left field again today. I need to redo my screen selection. First pitch of Brian Reynolds is fouled off. Oh and 1 is the count. 0-1 pitch from Fromber is on the way. Discount Deadpool takes that one for ball 1. The count is even. All right, my coffee is ready. Excellent. Here comes the next pitch. Swing and a foul tip miss. That one came in before I could get my hand on the mouse. I couldn't go clickety-click. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, no runners on. Here comes the toss. Hey, another curveball strikeout. That's 3 straight strikeouts for Fromber in the bottom of the first. Holy cow, talking about pitching with a vengeance there. All 3 strikeouts coming on the curveball. Wow, Fromber looking amazing in that first inning. 3 up and 3 down with 3 strikeouts. We go to the top of the second. 0-0 in this already 3.5 hour game. 3 hour and 40-minute game. Already it's at 3 hours and 40 minutes. And just into the second inning. Jordan says, let's go Astros. Let's go, go, go. Let's jack up these likes on the live stream. Let's get to 50. At 33 right now, and it's only just now in the second inning. That's great. One of these days, the channel hopefully will be so busy that it'll be like that normally, right? Juan says, good luck, Astros. Absolutely. Good luck. Best of luck. Oh, that's a strong cup of coffee right there. I put too many coffee grounds in, I think. But I'm gonna man up. I think I can add a little creamer though. That will help out the flavor. It's so bitter. Next batter for the Astros. I didn't look closely at the lineup, so I need to do that right now. I'll go ahead and do that while I'm getting my coffee prepared. Yainer Diaz. I thought it was going to be Diaz, but I didn't want to say that until I was sure. But Yainer Diaz is due up. He'll be followed by Jake Myers and then Cam Smith. Diaz is catching today. Altuve's the DH. Altuve's not out in the field today. I'm happy about that because the field conditions are not great. First pitch to Yainer is on the way. He fouls it off at the plate for strike one. Next pitch on the way. Fouled at the plate. Again, strike two. Stir this up a little bit. Woo, this coffee is so strong that even 2 creamers doesn't change it. It doesn't change the color too much. Here comes the 0-2 to Diaz. He gets him on the curveball. That was a terrible pitch to be going after. I think he could have just guessed that that was going to be a terrible pitch to swing at, but instead he just went after it. So out number 1. All these people just hanging out. Something going on here. The umpire calls timeout. He's talking to Myers, talking to the pitcher. Not sure what's going on. I like these batting gloves. The blue and orange batting gloves are pretty cool. Here comes the first pitch. Low and inside, ball 1. All right. 1 ball, no strikes to Myers. Here comes the next pitch. Ground ball right up the middle, but caught by the shortstop. He fires over to get Myers. 2 outs. Since Pena's double, everybody has been retired. Coach was out to talk to the umpire just for a moment. Seemed like there was some kind of issue with the speed of the pitching or the timeout that was being called between the pitcher and the batter. Cam Smith fouls off the first pitch. 0-1 is the count with 2 outs, nobody on. 16 pitches for Keller so far. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Fouled off again. Astros still putting the bat on the ball with the exception of Diaz and, well, Diaz did get a couple of foul balls, but Walker struck out and Cam strikes out. So Astros do nothing again in the second inning. 3 up and 3 down for Keller. Pirates due up in just a moment. Got some kind of big old bug floating around in here. It sounds like a bumblebee. I left my door open outside to let some of that warm air in. It's cold in the house, but it's warm outside, so I want some of that warm air to come in here. Nick Gonzalez is up to bat in just a moment for the Pirates, followed by Cabrian Hayes and Tommy Pham. What's up in the chat? A little bit of something. Brendan says they should give us, give us no commercial for use. Waiting so damn long. Yeah, that's right. Give us a break on the commercials. I would rather just see the field, even if it's quiet and you just hear the sounds of the stadium with the view of the field. I'd rather see that than the commercials. But of course, once again, it's an entertainment league. It's a business. And that's why we're watching a game that starts after 10 o'clock at night. Because it's all money. They got money to make and all those private bets and all of those things that are going on. By the way, what happened in the Rangers game? Let's go take a look. Did the Rays come back? Oh, it's in the bottom of the ninth. The 2 outs, 3-2. The Rays have scored. And they have bases loaded, guys. Take a look at this. Take a look at this. Bottom of the ninth. The Rays are at the bat. They've scored 1 run already. They have bases loaded with 2 outs. They have a chance to win the game right here. A walk-off. At least tie it. Oh, man, that's exciting right there. I wish I could see that. Astros game is back up in just a moment. But I'm really, really interested in what's happening there. Hey, look at that. They walked it off. Walls reached on an infield single. Aranda scored and Caminero scored. The Rays beat the Rangers 4-3. Are you kidding me? Awesome. That's great, guys. That's great. Can you believe it? The Rangers just got walked off by the Rays. All right. 0-2 is the count to Gonzalez. I'm sorry about that, but I'm excited. Rangers lost. They were up 3-1, and the Rays walked them off. Next pitch to Gonzalez on the way. 0-2. Strikes him out again with the curveball. Holy cow. Fromber is on a tear. 4 Pirates faced, 4 strikeouts on 4 curveballs. Look at this. How about you hit that one? How about you can't hit that one? Wow. Good day for the Astros. Mariners lose. Rangers lose. Mariners and Rangers lose. They just need to win this game. First pitch to Cabrian Hayes is outside for ball 1. 1-0. All right. Next pitch. It's on the way. The 1-0. Ooh, there we go. Nice on the inside corner. 96-mile-an-hour sinker. The count is even, 1-1. Yes, that's right, Jordan. Astros win today. It's a really, really good win. Here comes the 1-1. Uh-oh, looks like that's going to be... Oh, no! Cam Smith comes in. I thought that was going to be down for a hit, but he just comes in and he nabs it like it's nothing. Nabs it like it's nothing. Line drive out number 2. 2 away. That's the first out that Fromber's gotten. That wasn't a strikeout. Tommy Pham comes to the plate. Here comes the first pitch to Pham. Ooh, man. Right on the inside edge, but call it a ball. That was a nice looking pitch. The 95-mile-an-hour sinker. 1-0. Here comes a 1-0 pitch. Low. Ball 2. 2-0. They said Pham has the best numbers against Fromber pretty much out of anybody on this team. But he's only like 2 of 7 against Fromber. That's funny. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. Whoa, way inside and low. 3-0. 2 outs, 3 balls and no strikes against Pham. 20 pitches now for Fromber. Here comes the next toss. Right in there. What? Did they call that a ball? Yeah. Are you kidding me? They called that ball 4. Okay. Look, guys, I seriously can't believe this. Look at this. That was a strike. Literally a strike. And he called it a ball 4. Wow. Okay. I'm not sure what to think about that. Henry Davis is at the plate. First pitch to him is low and inside, ball 1. 5 straight balls thrown by Fromber. 2 of those were actually in the strike zone and called a ball. 1 clearly in the strike zone 100%. Had more than 2 inches on either side of the ball. That's a strike. Swing and a miss. Man, if you're the Pirates, all you have to do now is just don't swing the bat. Just let the umpire call balls. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Davis fouls that one off. A little bouncer down the third base side. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on first. What in the world is this umpire thinking? He wants to make the game even longer than it already is? Maybe he's asleep. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Fromber. Davis swings at that one again, bounces it again down the third base line. Count remains 1-2. Sergio says the Rays coming back to beat the Rangers in the 9th. I can't believe it. Yeah, it's awesome. I love it. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Nope, he goes over to the first. To the first base side. Walker grabs it. Runner's back, no problem. A little lazy throw. Nothing doing there. Just a little break for Fromber. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Henry Davis. Here comes the toss outside, and that evens the count, 2-2. Bad umpires for sure, Brendan. The batter couldn't believe. Yeah, nobody could. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on first. Here's the toss. There we go. Right in the middle. Finally. Right in the middle. The umpire calls it immediately. He didn't even hesitate. 94 miles an hour. Sinker literally right down the middle. Finally called by the umpire. Good grief. I can hear a big old bug flying around. I think it's a bumblebee. What is he doing in here? You're lost, little guy. We go to the top of the third. 0-0. The Astros with 1 hit. And everything else is zeros. No runs. No errors. $22 people following along right now. Thank you for being here so much. If you are one of the late comers to the stream today and you haven't liked the video already or liked the live stream, please do so. I've been sitting here for, let's see, 8, 9, 10, almost 4 hours already. No, it has been 4 hours because I started the live stream before the game was supposed to start. So I've been live streaming already for 4 hours. This is going to be my longest ever live stream, I'm sure. All right, it looks like we're back. Recently, they are talking about a AAA Astros pitcher, Miguel Huyola. 1.17 ERA right now. 3-0 is his record. Hope he continues to perform. Jacob Melton is at the plate, takes the first pitch for a ball. That's nice. See if we can get a leadoff hit or leadoff runner. Little tabber down the first base side. Played by the second baseman and fired over to first for out number 1. At least he didn't strike out. Melton has been striking out too much recently. It's nice to see him actually get the bat on the ball. But one away. Strikeout, ground out, same result. But I'd rather ground out any day than strike out. Wouldn't you? As a hitter, as a baseball player myself, that's my feeling. Is that Dubon? That is. That's Dubon at the plate. Speaking of striking out, that's a swing and a miss. 0-1. Batting .268 this season. Hey, hit pretty hard to left field, all the way out to the wall. It's going all the way back, and leaping catch right in front of the wall. It didn't look like it was going to get out, but it was so close. It was just a matter of how close to the wall it was going to get, if he was going to be able to catch it. It was not a very hard swing by Dubon. He went down and got it. Good contact. He just didn't hit it very hard. Just barely able to get it and keep it in the park. Dubon almost with a solo home run. I don't remember the last time I saw Dubon get a home run. Back to the top of the lineup, Jeremy Pena's at the plate. First pitch is in there for strike one. If I were Pena, I'd be looking for the fences right now. 0-1. He does have a double. He fouls that one off. 0-2. Come on, Pena. We got to extend this inning. Make the pitcher work a little bit. He's only at 12 pitches on average per inning. He's got 24 right now. We need to jack that up. Get him up to over 30 pitches this inning. Here comes the 0-2 pitch to Pena from Keller. Pena puts it in play into center field. It probably is going to be caught, and it is by the right fielder. Puts it away for out number 3. Again, Astros 3 up and 3 down. First inning, Pena had a double. Second inning, 3 up and 3 down. Third inning, 3 up and 3 down. Nothing doing for the Astros. We go to the bottom of the third. All goose eggs for this game so far. Back to the live chat. Whoa, lots of comments. Claven, I don't understand your English at all. I don't know what you're talking about. Bat of importance? Yeah, he is something. Americans? LOL? This guy, J Rock? How are you, J Rock? What? Who are you even talking about? What a bad person. I hater suck people. Who are you even who are you talking to? Are you in the wrong chat or something? I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't understand what you're saying. Jordan says, Bumblebee, good luck, especially in car or home, but not while car is moving. Yeah, Jordan, actually in Japan, they have some very old sayings about animals in your house, like birds. They have what's called a genkan. A genkan is kind of like an entryway, a large entryway. It serves as the space between the outdoors and the home. It's down on the ground. Before you step up into the house, you're in the genkan. And that area, often you'll leave the doors open. And then the birds can come in and they can make a nest inside there. And they say if birds make a nest in your home, it's very good luck. It's very good luck for you. Sometimes birds will be flying around my house. It's pretty interesting. They fly in, they fly around, and they fly out. I guess if I left the genkan door open more often, they would make a nest in there. Maybe they will. Right now I've left the door open. But occasionally, I've seen also the really big wasps, but I don't bother them. They don't bother me. Same with the bumblebees. I don't bother the bumblebees. They fly around me. They get really close, but we don't bother each other. I don't kill bees. I let them mind their own business. Jared Triolo is at the plate. First pitch is on the way. He hits that one way out of left field, all the way to the wall, off the wall. He's rushing to second base. He's going to have himself a leadoff double with the very first pitch of the the bottom of the third. First hit for the Pirates against Fromber. Looked like a sinker. Right off the base of the wall, almost a home run. Runner on second, no outs. And that brings up Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. He shows bunt, fouls it off down the first base side, strike one. Cliven, I'm going to have to block you if you don't stop being silly. I don't know what you're talking about. Just putting spam in the chat. High and outside. Ball one. 1-1 is the count. against Falefa. Next pitch on the way. He grounds this one up to short. That's going to move the runner over, but 1 out on the throw to first, so he doesn't get the bunt down, but he manages to get the hit down. Runner moves over. You said I'm sorry at J-Rock. All right. Okay, sorry, I'm hiding you from the channel. Nobody's going to be able to see your messages, just letting you know. Here's the next pitch to O'Neill Cruz. That's in there for strike one. Cruz just stands there and looks at the ump like, what was that? 0-1 is the count. 1 out, runner on third. Cruz struck out on 3 pitches against Fromber, his last at bat. Here comes the 0-1 toss from Fromber. Run the outside edge. Gets that 97 mile per hour strike. Five straight strikes against O'Neill. Here comes the next pitch. Another curveball, but low and inside. Cruz decides to take that one all the way. He's scared to swing right now. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Cruz. Here comes the next pitch. In the dirt and outside. The count is even, 2-2. All right. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Cruz. Here comes the pitch. Foul tip at the plate. Count remains 2-2. Sergio says our bats are making good contact. I feel good about the game. Well, yeah, some of them are. We got a couple of guys like Cam Smith and Walker that aren't touching the ball. A little meeting on the mound right now between Diaz and Valdez. The count against Cruz is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nice long meeting about that. I think that you throw a curveball that winds up in the zone. That way, whether he swings or not, it'll be a strike. I don't think he's going to hit it. He has a lot of trouble with Fromber's curveball. But he's got to get it in there, you know. Here comes the 2-2. Right down the middle, tapped up the middle. Fromber doesn't get it. The runner's going to score. Dubon gets it to first for the out. But Fromber was not able to grab it. Little tapper right up the middle. So 1-0 Pirates on the infield hit. Dubon comes across and grabs it. No time to go home and get the runner. But at least we get the out, 2 away. Yeah, I'm with you on the mosquitoes, Sergio. I kill those mercilessly. But I do keep some incense going in my house that drives the mosquitoes away. It's supposed to anyway. It works all right. Not perfect, but it helps. First pitch to Andrew McCutcheon is low for ball 1, 1-0 with 2 outs. Nobody on right now. Pirates score with the fielder's choice. Maybe the sacrifice grounder. Swing and a miss. 1-1 is the count. Nice curve ball. By the way, that hit that Cruz hit or got right up the middle to score the base runner. That pitch is a little low. 2 balls and 1 strike. That was not a curveball. Don't know why he decided to pitch. I think it was a changeup right down the middle. I was expecting him to do the curveball, and he didn't. Speaking of curveball, swing and a miss there on the curveball. 2 balls and 2 strikes to McCutcheon. So Diaz and Valdez had this long conversation on the mound. Then he threw a changeup and he got a hit. Why didn't he throw the curveball? Strike 3, another curveball, just like that. That's all he had to do. Throw the curveball to Cruz. Right now it'd still be 0-0. You know it works. Why would you even bother having a meeting right there? It's the count was 2-2. It wasn't even full. It was 2 balls and 2 strikes. Cruz notoriously cannot hit the curveball from Valdez. They have a meeting on the mound. They decide to throw him a pitch right down the middle instead of the curveball, and he hits it and scores the run. Somebody show me the logic there. I'm not complaining. I just don't understand, you know. It's like overthinking it. It was definitely a case of overthinking. Astros are due up, nevertheless, in the top of the 4th in just a moment. 1 hit each for each team. 1-0 Pirates. Coming up next for the Stros, Isaac Paredes, followed by Jose Altuve and Christian Walker. Dom, don't be negative. Brendan says that we need to score. Yes, now we need to score. That's right. I know that we need to score. That's for sure. We need to score. That's for sure. I can't get over that Rays walk-off, though. That was great. Rays walk-off the Rangers in the 9th. With an infield hit. An infield single. Can you believe that? An infield single that scored 2 runs. 2 runs! I can't wait to see that highlight. Paredes is at the plate, takes that first pitch outside for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Here comes the next pitch. Right in there, 94 mile per hour fastball. The count is even, 1-1. Wow. 2 for 31. Big hitless streak for Paredes. Uh-oh, that one's gone! Gone! Make that 3 for 32. Paredes goes deep and launches a solo homer. Sitting there talking about how he's 2 for 31. Now he's 3 for 32. Isaac Paredes with the towering home run out to left field. Wow. They're talking about how there's so many cheers right now in the stands. Many of the fans are Astros fans. Altuve comes to the plate. He grounds the very first pitch to third. He gets thrown out, so that'll be 1 away. Unfortunately, he gets put away. But it's kind of funny hearing the crowd. The crowd is cheering for the Astros right now. He socked the ball. He socked the ball, Paredes. Here's the next pitch to Walker. Walker gets through. He's got himself a hit. He goes after the first pitch, and he knocks it through. We have a 1-out base runner. So the Astros tie up the game on the solo shot. And now Walker comes right back with his own hit. All right, Astros now with 3 hits. We're cooking with gas. Let's keep lighting him up. Yiner Shiner. Yiner, give him a shiner. Here's the pitch. He goes after the first one. That looked like a Swiffer, and it was. 1 strike.
for Mr. Yiner Shiner. Here's the next pitch to Diaz. Another breaking ball. That one, a curveball, swing and a miss. 0-2 is the count. That ball for a gift by the umpire paid off for the Pirates. Yes, it did. That was an umpire gift. It certainly was. Here comes the next pitch. Yiner holds off of the curveball that time. He wanted to go. He acted like he wanted to go. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Way to go, Paredes. Susan says, yes, way to go. He socked the ball and didn't this nay. I had a feeling a home run in the first. Well, we got 1 so far. Strikeout. Swing on the ball in the dirt. Yiner goes on a terrible pitch. Continues to have trouble with that. Ever since last year, Yiner has been struggling with not swinging at garbage pitches. That brings up Mr. Baseball, Jake Myers. He grounded out his last at bat. He only had 2 pitches, basically. He took a ball and then grounded out. See if he gets a better at bat here. High in the zone. Could have been called either way. Ball 1. Sergio says, I say it every game. Love our upgraded new additions of Isaac Paredes and Christian Walker. Well, I still have hopes for Christian Walker, but I wouldn't say that I love Christian Walker yet. His performance has been miserable so far. I mean, he has moments, but he's batting .211. And at this point in the season, that's highly unacceptable, especially for a guy who's hitting 4th. Fouled back by Myers. 2 balls, 1 strike is the count with 2 outs. Walker on first base. Paredes is batting .250. It's not stellar, but it's not Christian Walker level. Too far inside. 3 balls and 1 strike to Myers. Good at bat so far. Being patient, waiting for a better pitch. They're showing how many Astros fans there are in the stadium right now. The Astros fans are the main ones who stayed. All right, here comes the 3-1 pitch from Keller. Right in the bottom of the zone. He checks his swing, but it doesn't matter. It's right in there. Full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on first. What is Myers going to do? Here comes the toss. In the dirt, ball 4. Good at bat by Myers. We don't get the hit. But a walk is better than a strikeout. Runner on first and second. Cam Smith struck out his last at bat. Let's see if he can turn that script around this time. He's got some power and speed. Could be an opportunity for an RBI and to take the lead for the Astros. Here's the pitch. Swinging at that junk Swiffer. Starts off just like Diaz. 0-1 is the count. Come on, young Cam. You can't be swinging at that garbage. You got to learn to let that go. Myers on first, Walker on second, 2 outs. 0-1 is the count to Cam Smith. Long delay by Keller. Now here's the pitch. Hit the middle. It's going to get through. That's going to score the run. Walker is being waved around. Myers goes to third. He's safe in there. They make the throw, but he gets there. It's not on target. How about that? Cam Smith with a single, an RBI single right up the middle. The Astros win. No, win. The Astros lead 2-1. Yeah, the game's over. Let's go ahead and shut it down now. 2-1. Game is finished. Astros get the lead. Runners on the corners. They sent Myers over to third. They tried to make the throw over there, but the throw was not on target. So we have runners on the corners. Another opportunity for more RBIs here. Here's the first pitch into Jacob Melton. Strike one. This is a great opportunity for Melton to tack on an RBI. 0-1 is the count. Here comes the pitch. Cam Smith is going to second, but that's grounded foul. He's going to have to jog back to first. 0-2. Come on, Melton. All you need to do is a little tap, tap, tappy. Just find a hole. Find a hole. 45th pitch of the game coming up for Keller. Here it comes. Cam steals again. This time it's outside, so he'll get second with no throw. Runners on second and third. So we have two runners in scoring position. Big opportunity here for Jacob Melton. He could drive in 2 runs. Could open this game up. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on second, third. Runners on second and third. Here comes the toss. Fouls it back. That was a difficult pitch to get the bat on. One ball, 2 strikes. Melton at the plate. Here comes the pitch from Keller. Little outside. Good take. It was close, but that was a good take. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Some people in the crowd booing a little bit. But that was clearly not in the zone, so not a bad call. The count is even, 2-2. Here comes the pitch. Melton goes after that one, fouls it off again. Man, oof. Jordan says both Bregman and Tucker are hurting out. Oh, I didn't hear about Tucker. That's terrible for him, but pretty interesting. Here comes the next pitch. Fouled off again. Count remains 2-2. The next pitch will be the 50th pitch of the game for Keller. And here comes the toss. Hey, line drive to the left side. Here we go. Jake Myers is going to score. Cam Smith is going to score. Melton comes through with a 2 RBI single. Big hit by Melton. Finally delivers right on time. Opposite field. Finds the right hole on the left side. Perfect line drive right through. Astros up 4-1, just like that. Myers can walk home. Cam Smith almost trots home. No chance to even make that throw there. Melton at first with 2 outs. And just like that, in the 4th inning, Astros get 4 runs. They tack 4 runs on Keller. Keller's still on the mound right now, but if this game only goes 5 innings, that's fine with me. The Astros got it in the bag. I think I heard somebody at my back door, but a little busy right now. Hey, look at that. Steal to second. Melton goes to second base, but the ball goes to the backstop. So he easily gets the steal, his first steal of his major league career. Ball 1 against Mauricio Dubon. There was no need for him to slide. 1-0 against Dubon. Here's the pitch. Low and away. We have another runner in scoring position just like that. So Dubon with an opportunity. 2 balls and no strikes. He has an opportunity for an RBI. Let's keep it going. Let's keep producing the runs. Let's just shut it down right here. Give the Astros an opportunity to destroy this team. Shallow right field. Looks like it's going to be caught by the right fielder. He's got it, and that's out number 3. But not before the Astros pick up 4 runs. All right, guys. I'm going to hop up right quick. I thought I heard somebody out here. I'm going to go check and make sure there's nothing going on. I'll be right back. The Astros are up 4. Oh, I need to refresh the screen. My scoreboard is not showing the right score. There it is, 4-1. Sorry about that. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, this is one of those things about living in Japan, especially in the countryside, that is so special. Okay, take a look at this. I go out there. Remember, I told you that I have what's called a genkan, which is kind of the entryway. It's like a back door area. I have 3 sliding doors, and I've just got those open. And I thought I heard somebody while I was doing the live stream, and I thought, did somebody call out to me or something? But I just went out there and looked, and I found these eggs. These are local eggs from the local chicken egg production plant, the farm. And there's just eggs left for me. I know who this is from. There's a lady I know. She's either like a co-owner or a manager of the egg farm. And she left those in my Genkan. And that was her voice that I heard. I thought I heard somebody. But because the crowd was cheering and everything, I thought, was that somebody at my door or was it somebody in the game? And it was her. I bet you I have a message from her. I'm going to have to send her a message later. But anyway, Fromber's back on the mound. He's facing Brian Reynolds. The first pitch is in there for strike 1. But see, that's the thing about living in rural Japan, in the countryside, that I think is so great, is because people just stop by and do stuff like that. It's very nice. Next pitch is in the dirt. Ball 1. 1-1 is the count. All right. Bottom of the 4th. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the next pitch from Valdez. Fromber. That's a little low again. 2 balls and 1 strike. I hate that I missed her, but you know, it's difficult to get up from the game, you know. Right in the middle of the live stream. It's difficult, right? Here comes the next pitch. Oh, check swing. Did he go? Oh, yeah, they say he did. Strike 2. 2-2. But I can send her a message. I'll do that later. I think I can make myself a second cup of coffee, too. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the toss. That one's low. Full count. Come on, Fromber. Pick up that extra strikeout. Here comes the full count pitch. High and outside. Not even a competitive pitch there. So first walk allowed. Runner on first. Nick Gonzalez comes to the plate. Jordan says Tucker's back in today. Here's the next pitch. The very first one to Reynolds is right in the top of the zone for strike 1. 0-1. Yeah, Sergio, thanks for letting me know about the scoreboard. I realized it earlier, but I didn't see your message yet. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Good one. 94 mile per hour sinker. Sergio says Walker's Golden Glove at first base is rock solid. That's true. Having a dependable first baseman this year has been a large part of why the Astros are doing so well compared to recent years. Well, having a dependable first baseman is good, but if you got a first baseman who can handle the ball but can't hit the ball, that's a big problem. You got to be able to hit the ball. I would rather have an average first baseman that can hit the ball really well than a really good first baseman that is batting 200. I'd take that trade any day. Because you can work around that. You can't work around a bad hitter. Strike out. One away. Framber Valdez moving up the all-time strikeout list for left-handers. All right. Hey, first pitch is a strike to Cabrian Hayes. Willie Mays, Cabrian Hayes. Here comes the 0-1 toss. Right in there. Ground ball to shortstop. Pena goes to second. Could be a double play. Dubon to first. What a throw by Dubon. Man, he got that out quick, and he rocketed that throw over there. Double play, and we're out of the inning. All right. That's a nice-looking inning right there. Even with the walk, it's erased with the double play. Great, great performance by Valdez and the Astros so far. Everything all around, no problems. 5 hits for the Astros, 4 runs, no errors. Valdez having a good game. So far, this was a good game worth waiting for, right? Sometimes you have to wait and wait and wait, and it's not worth it. But this game has been worth it. Oh, I just realized my screen was covered up. There we go. All right, let's see what we got in the live chat. Funny how things can change in one inning. That's true. Nice seeing Melton come through, get lucky. Jordan, I hope there's a degree of skill. How much skill, I don't know, but he has been striking out a lot, so it's nice to see him finally come through at the most important point. You know, they needed the runs, they had runners in scoring positions, and he came through big. 2 RBIs, yes, and he got his first steal of the game, so that's good. Bumblebee eggs? No, these are definitely. I've never seen a bumblebee egg before, but. Sergio says, I don't miss Bregman, but I'll always root for Kyle Tucker. I hold out hope that the Astros will pull off a hat trick by bringing him back next year with a creative deferred payment contract. I wouldn't mind having him back in the lineup, not just because he's good, but because he's also a lefty. Those are 2 important things. Brendan says, can I see some Japanese money, please? Yeah, of course. I have some around here. Give me a moment. My wallet is over there. I've got a little bit. I've even got some old Japanese money I can show you. I don't have a lot of cash in my wallet right now, but I can show you a little bit. Right now, Pena is at the plate, so we're going to get to that right quick. First pitch fouled off at the plate. Strike 1. Top of the 5th. Let me change that. Here's the next pitch to Pena. A little low and outside for ball 1. 1-1. One double today for Pena off the base of the wall out in left field. It was a rocket line drive. He swings at that one. Misses it low. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Pena has to be the king of line drive home runs. He is a line drive hitting fool. Wouldn't mind seeing another line drive homer here. Low and outside. Count is even, 2-2. Keller up to 58 pitches with this next delivery. Here comes the 2-2 to Jeremy Pena. Pena grounds it to third. He scoops it up, fires over. A little low, but he gets there. Out number 1. Dollar Dog Night. Every Tuesday night, $1 hot dogs. Have any of you guys been there on Dollar Dog Night in Dyking Park? Because I'm wondering, how big are those hot dogs? Are they worth it? I mean, it's just $1. That's cheap either way, but is it like a really cheap dog, or is it pretty good? Is it like, wow, for $1, that's amazing? Isak Paredes takes the first pitch for a strike. He had a solo home run his last at bat. He fouls this. No, it's fair. Look at that. Long throw. He's oh, what? He's going to get it. Are you kidding me? That ball was grounded down the third baseline. A bouncer. The third baseman, Hayes. Look at this crazy play. A big lob all the way over to first base. If you want to know how slow Paredes is, that should tell you right there. This long throw, this rainbow throw to first base, and he gets the out. No one else would have been thrown out on that except for Paredes. Even Diaz would have beat that throw. Altuve's at the plate, takes the first pitch, and therefore strike 1. 93-mile-per-hour fastball. 0-1 is the count with 1 out. Here comes the pitch. Oh, he gets the bunt down. He might have, yeah, he's got an infield hit. The pitcher's not even going to be able to make a play. How do you like that? Altuve lays down the surprise bunt. Yeah, that's the Altuve we're talking about right there. Look at that. He's like real quick, like drops that down. Not even a throw. Nobody was expecting that. Perfect. All right. Walker's at the plate with a runner on. First pitch is high. Ball 1. Fun play by Altuve. It's not as good as seeing him hit a home run, but it's saucy. I like it. He's just like suddenly lay it down on the second pitch. That was nice. Here comes the 1-0 pitch to Walker. Ooh, right in there. 94-mile-per-hour fastball. Right in the center of the plate. Swing and miss. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 runner on first. Lots of ones. Here's the pitch. Ooh, inside. Did he go around? They say he did not. Kind of a protective, defensive swing. But ball 2. 2-1. Jordan says, I'd give Tucker $20 million a year plus incentives for the playoffs. A right fielder isn't among my top $50 million a year needs. Left-handed power hitter is definitely a need for this team. We need some more lefties. 3 balls and 1 strike. Good at bat so far for Walker. Just Call Me says, heck of a play. Yeah, it was pretty good, but, you know, only possible because Paredes runs like a turtle. Here's the next pitch. He went around. That was ball 4, but he went around. He chased it. Couldn't stop. 3-2 is the count. Sergio says Tucker's agent is going to demand a $500 million plus contract. Oh, yeah, it's going to be ridiculous. There's no way he's coming back to the Astros. No way. Here's the pitch. Strike 3 on the outside edge. So he goes after the one that he shouldn't go after. And he takes the one that he should have gone after. So Altuve's bunt hit leads to nothing, unfortunately. But the Astros are up 4-1. Always look on the bright side of life. Bottom of the 5th coming up. Four to 1 STROS. 6 hits for the Astros. That 6th hit coming courtesy of Altuve's bunt. I'm going to go grab some cash, and I'll show you, Brendan, my cash. 1 second. while I'm at it, I decided to get my lip balm because my lips were really, really dry, and it was in my pants pocket. I'm not wearing my blue jeans right now, just some shorts. Much more comfortable. That's better. All right. Also grabbed some coins. I don't have a 500 yen coin. That's the biggest one, but I do have a 100 yen coin. 100 yen used to be worth about $1, but right now it's worth maybe 75 cents or so, or 60 to 70 cents maybe. The value of the yen has dropped a lot. 1 yen is much smaller. This is worth almost nothing. 1 yen. And this is 10 yen. Looks like kind of like the penny, but it's a little bigger. And then I have 50 yen. 50 yen has a hole in the middle, just like the 5 yen. The 5 yen also has a hole in the middle. Tommy Pham's at the plate. First pitch to him is in the top of the zone, but called a ball, maybe just a little high. 1 ball, no strikes. That's all the coins I have on me right now. I'll show the bills in just a second. Check swing, did he go? They say he did not. No, he did. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike to Pham. Here comes a 1-1 pitch. Tap to third. Paredes grabs it, fires to first. Easy peasy. 1 away. 1 ground out. I don't know how much cash I have. Yeah, I only have 1,000 yen notes, so I don't have anything bigger than 1,000 yen. But I have 2 different types. I have the new bills, and I have really, really old ones. This is a 1,000 yen bill. This one just came out recently, like this year. Brand new. Brand new design. Line drive right up the middle, caught by Dubon on 1 hop. He fires over to first for the out. There we go. 2 away. Good play by Dubon there. Fromber is complimenting Dubon on his catch there. Line drive right up the middle. But I have some really old 1,000 yen notes, guys. I found these in my old house when I bought my house. They don't make these anymore, and they're actually valuable. And it's these. Here comes the next pitch. Fouled off by Henry Davis. 0-1 is the count. But yeah, this is a 1,000 yen note from a long time ago. Quite a long time ago. Maybe 40 or 50 years ago. I found 13 of these in my house. That next pitch is low for ball 1, 1-1. So anyway, you can kind of see them together. The new one on bottom and the old one on top. All right, well, Fromber gives up a hit. That's a single to left field by Davis. I'm sorry, Triolo. Jared Triolo. Runner on first. So 2 out base runner on base. That's where the base runners usually are, on base. Falefa comes to the plate to face Valdez again. First pitch is on the way. Another line drive hit to right field. Smith grabs it pretty quick and brings it in. Runner has to stop at second, but now we have runners on first and second suddenly with 2 outs. Back-to-back singles on back-to-back swings. Fromber up to 62 pitches. He only had given up 1 hit this entire game, and suddenly he's given up 2. O'Neal Cruz, the top of the batting order, comes up. He's 0 for 2 today, but his little tapper up the middle scored the only run that the Pirates have today. Here comes the first pitch to Cruz. A little wide, a little outside. The sinker missing the mark. 1 ball, no strikes. See, there are 2 runners on, first and second. Here comes the next pitch to Cruz. He hits it through the gap. That might score a run. Yeah, definitely. He's going to pick up another RBI. Falefa goes to third. So 4-2, Astros. Right through the hole there. Didn't have much movement on that ball. Much easier for Cruz to hit that. So 2 outs, runners on the corners. Little meeting on the mound between Yainer and Fromber. Sergio says we also have to contend with extending Fromber. He's been our most reliable pitcher for several years. It would be a huge mistake to lose him. Well, it depends on the price. If we can get several hitters for Fromber, I'm okay with that. Jason Finch says go Houston for sure. Brendan says lucky. Yeah, I've actually found quite a bit of old money here in my house. Maybe about $500 worth of old money. But the value is higher than that. Fromber disengages from the mound for a second. He's back up on the rubber, about to deliver the first pitch to Andrew McCutcheon. Here comes the toss. Fouled off for strike 1. I also found a bunch of coins here in the house. Maybe about $200 to $300 worth of coins. But they actually have a higher value than that because some of them are from like 1950. Some of them are even older than that. Right after the 1900s. Pretty crazy. In the dirt, ball 1, 1-1. Jordan says I'd be upset if we just let Fromber walk for nothing. Yeah, that's the thing. They're not gonna. My prediction is that they're gonna trade him away. They're gonna trade him away to try to get several players. That's what they're gonna do. I don't think they're gonna give him money. That's just my feeling. Like what they did with Tucker. It'll toss over to first base. One guy in the crowd said you threw the ball the wrong way. Oh, man. Woo, the next pitch is there. He didn't throw that one the wrong way, did he, guy? Guy in the crowd. I bet you feel like a weirdo now. You threw the ball the wrong way. That's funny, though. That is funny. Obviously, it's incorrect, but it's funny. You threw the ball the wrong way. Here comes a 1-2 pitch. In the dirt, ball 2. The count is even. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 runners on with 2 outs. Runners on the corners, guys. Valdez gets a new ball, quickly rubs it up, grabs the rosin bag. Back up on the rubber real quick, rushing on the mound. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss on the curveball. How do you like that? Wow, he had to hurry back to the mound and get a pitch off quickly because of the pitch timer. But he throws that curveball, the one that he should have thrown earlier, to Cruz. Gets out of the inning. So Astros hang on to a decent lead, 4-2. A little bit of trouble for Fromber in that inning. No big deal. Top of the 6th coming up. 6 hits for the Astros, 4 hits for the Pirates. 4 runs for the Astros. 2 runs for the Pirates. Yeah, Brendan says too close. Yeah, it's a little close, but the way I look at it is the Astros only need 1 more run to be scoring the minimal runs that they should be scoring according to the talent level that's on this team. That's nice. The coffee is still strong, even though it's my second cup made with the same coffee grounds, because I used a lot more coffee grounds than before. So that second cup is pretty good. Pretty good. I need to message my friend Tanaka-san. I think she's the one who left me the eggs. Where is... I'm going to tell her Ohayo gozaimasu. Means, well, actually, it's not morning anymore, so I'll just say konnichiwa. She didn't message me. Usually she messages me. But I just sent her a message. All right. Yainer Diaz is at the plate. First pitch. Almost took off Yainer's head. 1 ball, no strikes. 69 pitches for Keller. Here comes the 70th. Wow, that one's in the dirt, bounces off the catcher's mitt. So the first one goes way over Yainer's head. The next one is in the dirt. A little bit of control issue now. Suddenly for Mitch Keller. 0-2 is Yainer today. Let's make it 1-3. That pitch is in there, 94. Keller finally finds the strike zone. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Oh, I'm sorry. 2 balls, 1 strike. My bad. Well, that is strike 2 right there. Right in there. Yainer takes another one in the zone. Here comes the 2-2. Grounded to the shortstop. He scoops it up, fires to first, makes the play. 1 away on the ground out. That brings up Jake Myers. Sergio says, if we were going to bring back Tucker, we could move Cam to the left field. Jose would be back to second base. Myers and Dubon would share time at center field. Yeah, we don't need Cam in right field if we have Tucker for sure, right? Strike 1 to Jake Myers. We only have Cam in right field because of necessity right now. Wow, that was a fair ball. Milton hits it down the first baseline. I'm sorry, Myers. Milton. Grounds out. He almost poked that one through an opposite field ground ball, but the first baseman is right there. But that's out number 2. Cam Smith comes to the plate. They're showing some highlights of the Astros 4-run inning. First pitch to Cam Smith is a 91-mile-per-hour sinker right in there, 0-1. 37 likes on the live stream, just 3 more to get to 40. Heck yeah. 1-1. 26 people following along. Thanks for being here. I haven't been inviting people to like or subscribe, but if you feel led to do so, please do. The count is 1-1. Cam fouls that one off down the opposite field side. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 2 outs, nobody on. Here in the top of the 6th. Here comes the toss. This one's in the air to left field, but it's going to be shallow. The shortstop gets it after backpedaling a little bit. Out number 3. 1-2-3 inning. So that one inning, the Astros blew up Mitch Keller in the 4th. Other than that, he's been solid. Astros haven't been able to do anything outside of the 4th inning so far. 6 innings of baseball. Astros up 4-2. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Brian Reynolds, discount Deadpool, is due up in just a moment, followed by Nick Gonzalez and Ke'Bryan Hayes. If I could have a dream lineup for the Astros, I would say, okay, yes, somebody like Tucker, either Tucker or somebody like Tucker is back in the lineup. Yordan Alvarez is back in the lineup. Plus one more good hitting lefty. And when I say good hitting, I mean somebody who bats at least 275. A 275 batting average left-hander. Along two guys like Yordan and Kevin Tucker in the lineup every day would be great. That means that a third of the Astros lineup would have good left-handed hitting. Whenever you have a more balanced lineup like that, then teams have a hard time pitching to you because they can't just throw out a bunch of left-handers or a bunch of right-handers and shut you down. That's one of the reasons, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but that's one of the reasons why the Astros don't do so well with a run scored. It's because most all of the Astros hitting is right-handed. So if you notice, the amount of right-handers versus left-handers that the Astros face when they play these games is highly out of balance. Why is that? Well, it's very simple. It's harder to hit the other type of pitcher. First pitch is fouled off for strike one. Fromber is back on the mound facing discount Deadpool, Brian Reynolds. 0-1 is the count. 70 pitches now for Valdez. Here comes the 0-1. In the dirt, ball 1. Count is even. But if you've got a few really good, strong left-handed batters in the lineup, then it's more difficult for the other team to pitch around those guys. So their starter can be hit a lot better. Low and inside, ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike. That's the main reason why the Astros, it's not just because the Astros batting is bad, it's because they're just facing the same type of pitchers over and over and over again that are harder to hit. Fouled off on the third base side, a little tapper. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Reynolds. Now you'd think though, if the Astros are just constantly having to hit against right-handers, or just constantly having to hit against left-handers or whatever, they'd get better at it, right? You'd think so. They're really getting put through the fire right now with the pitchers that they're facing. You'd think that they would focus on that in batting practice, right? You'd think so. Here comes the next pitch. Swing and a miss. Another strikeout for Fromber. 1 away. Reynolds goes down again on the curveball. How many times am I going to say that this game? It's like deja vu. I'm slightly uneasy, says Sergio. I had the Astros winning this game 8-2. You didn't go with 5-3 today? Brendan says 5-2. That very first pitch is hit over to third base. Look at that. The throw from Paredes was a little high, but Walker makes the tag for out number 3, and that'll be out. I'm sorry, for out number 2. Do we get a replay on that? Take a look at this replay. Not a good throw by Paredes, but Walker makes the tag. Look at that play. An uncharacteristically bad throw by Paredes, but a great tag by Walker at first. 2 away. Here comes the next pitch. The first to Ke'Bryan Hayes. That's in there for strike 1. I have seen that play a couple of times, though. Bad throw by Paredes and tag by Walker. Paredes gets another chance here. Makes that throw a little low and outside, but it gets there for out number 3. 3 up and 3 down for Fromber. In the bottom of the 6th, Astros maintain their lead 4-2. I hope that Paredes has those off-target throws out of his system as we progress into the game. Top of the 7th coming up. We're cruising along nicely right now. I didn't expect that I'd still be calling this game at 12:30. It's after lunchtime. I started 5 hours ago. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yes, 5 hours ago I started the live stream. It's smurfing nuts. Smurfing nuts. Almost got to 40 likes, though. I'm at 38 likes on the live stream. If it gets to 40, I'm going to be pretty happy about that. This season, I haven't had nearly as many viewers as I did towards the end of last season. I would imagine just because it was getting closer to October, closer to the playoffs, the games were more and more important. Of course, the race was tight in the AL West. More and more people started tuning in. Subscribers went through the roof. I had nearly 200 in less than a month. Maybe in 2 weeks I got almost 200 subs. But this year, it's been a struggle. Just to get to 400 recently has been a struggle. I thought I had a chance to get to 500 by the end of last month, but I didn't even get to 400. I'm still sitting at 392. It's pretty crazy. Hey, Caesar, how's it going? Good to have you here. Caesar says, thank you for staying longer. I'm just glad I'm able to do it. I even had time to cook in between while I was waiting on the delay, so that was nice. I was able to get some food in me. Jacob Melton is at the plate, takes that first pitch high and outside for ball 1. Mitch Keller is still in the game. His 81st pitch on the way. Inside and fouled off by Melton down the first base line. The count is even, 1-1. Here comes a 1-1 pitch. Right in there. Bottom of the zone for strike 1. 92-mile-an-hour sinker. I'm sorry, strike 2. Why did I say strike 1? What am I thinking about here? 1 ball and 2 strikes to Jacob Melton. He's got himself a 1 for 2 RBI day. Plus a stolen base. Here's a 1-2. Woo! Top of the zone just barely misses. About an inch above the zone. Good call by the ump. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Draw some boos by the crowd. But it was a ball. Here's the 2-2. Right in there. Hey, opposite field hit. Another hit by Melton. Look at that. Nice, solid opposite field single on that line drive. 2 for 3 today with 2 RBIs and a stolen base. Nice low sinker. Look at that. All right, leadoff hit. Now we're cooking. Score some more runs, guys. Mauricio Dubon is at the plate. Here comes the pitch. Dubon goes opposite field with that hit, but foul. Dubon hit almost a home run earlier. Nice casual swing. Only a couple of feet short from the wall. It wasn't even a hard-looking swing. It was just on the sweet part of the bat. Here comes the next toss. Fouls it back. Strike 2. 0-2 is the count. And by the way, Caesar, you are welcome. Very welcome. Go Houston Astros says Jason. Fred Villarreal says, hi, finally made it in tonight. Yeah, Fred, welcome in. It's been only 4 hours. Grounded towards second base. The only play is at first. So Melton gets to second. An unintentional sacrifice by Dubon to move Melton into scoring position. 1 away. Jeremy Pena, the top of the batting order. The Flash comes to the plate. 1 for 3 today with a double. His leadoff hit, second pitch of the game, off the base of the wall. Nice strong hit First pitch is a little outside, ball 1. From South Texas, San Antonio. Yeah, Fred, this game was delayed for over 3 hours, so. Hey, hit into right center. Is it going to get down? Yes, it is. All right. Melton is waved around. He's a fast guy. He should make it. Pena's got the double. 2 doubles for Pena today, including this one here, an RBI double. 5-2. How do you like that? Right down the middle, man. He punished it out to right center field. O'Neal Cruz is fast, but he's not that fast. He couldn't get to it this time. Heck yes. A 1-out double. F-War. All right, that's going to be it for Keller. They're taking him out of the game. They're going to have a relief pitcher coming in. That's all she wrote for Mitch Keller after giving up 5 earned runs. Now that's what I like to see. The Astros getting 5 runs. Now that's my minimal that I expect the Astros to get. The average runs per game that the Astros score should be 5. Should be. With this lineup, even without Yordan, we should be getting 5 runs a game. And knocking out the starting pitcher after hanging 5 runs on him, one big fat thumbs up. Good job, Astros. I'm happy with the Astros all around today. 5-2. Fromber giving up just 2 runs today. All on 4 hits. Astros scoring 5 runs, knocking out the pitcher on 8 hits in 7 innings. Not even 7 innings, 6 1/3. That's what I'm talking about. Let's see who's going to be pitching, if that's updated on the screen yet. See who's going to be pitching for the Pirates. Nicholas. Kyle Nicholas. Kyle Nicholas is in for the Pirates. Look how empty the stadium is. That's crazy. Nicholas is on the mound. Warm-up pitches are finished. He's going to be facing Isak the Ball Paredes, who has a solo home run today. He led off the scoring for the Astros. Right now, we've got a runner on second. The Flash, Jeremy Pena, is on second. The first pitch is outside for ball 1. 1 out, 1 ball, no strikes to Paredes. Comes the next pitch from Nicholas. Outside again. Steal attempt by Pena is into third. Hey, he made it. Look at that. Pena with a steal. How do you like that? The camera guys couldn't even get over there quick enough. Look at this. Woo, right in there. Look how fast. Man, he almost slid past the bag. All right, there we go. Pena at third with 1 out. Come on, Isak. You got it easy right now, man. A lazy swing, an opposite field ground ball or hit or anything like that can score Pena. Here's the pitch. Low and outside, ball 3. How do you like that? 3-0 to Paredes. He doesn't want to pitch to this guy. He's got the homer. He's got the homer in his blood. 3 balls and no strikes. Here comes the pitch. Ooh, just barely in there, low and away for strike 1. Almost ball 4, but it's all good. 3 balls and 1 strike with 1 out. The Flash on third base. Pitch from Nicholas on the way. Ball 4. 99-mile-an-hour fastball misses by just a couple of inches. Paredes takes his jog down the first base. Runners on the corners for the Astros with 1 out. The inning isn't over yet. Maybe Melton is our lefty, $500 million power lefty. I wish. How amazing would that be for Melton to just go bonkers? Altuve's at the plate, waggling the bat. Altuve style. He's chomping at the bit. First pitch is outside for ball one. I think that Nicholas is afraid to throw to these guys. He's afraid to throw to Paredes, and he's definitely afraid to throw to a legend like Jose Altuve. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Low and away. You know, some of these pitchers, some of these young pitchers that come in this game, they grew up watching guys like Altuve. Even if they're not fans of the Astros, they know Altuve. He's a legend. Pitching coach is going to come out and have a little chit-chat. Two balls and no strikes to Altuve with runners on the corners, one out. But, you know, it's got to feel nerve-wracking when you're a young pitcher and you come in and you're facing a legend like Altuve. It doesn't matter if he's 35. He's still a scary guy to be facing. Funny comments by the commentators. Sergio says, you're going to hate me for this. What if Jordan were healthy? I would deal him off. I'm not going to hate you for that. I could see why we would do that if we could get a great return on it. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. That was a little high, 99, but called a strike. It was close. 2 balls and 1 strike to Altuve. I think the pitching coach is just saying, throw the ball in the zone. Don't worry about it. Just throw it in the zone. It's clear that the pitcher's a little scared of Altuve. Here comes the 2-1. Hey, right field opposite his. Is it going to get down? No, it's caught. But it's going to bring in a runner. Altuve will easily knock in Pena. Pena can walk home on the sacrifice by Altuve. 6-2. Hey, Jose. RBI sacrifice fly opposite field by Altuve. Nice solid swing. Good solid contact. No need to get crazy with it. No need to get jiggy with it. Walker's at the plate. Swing and a miss. Runner on first with 2 outs. 0-1 is the count. 6-2 Astros. Here comes the pitch. Whoa, way over his head. That was crazy. Curveball that did not curve. 1 ball, 1 strike. One and one. Here comes the pitch to Walker. Slider. Swing and a miss. From the in to the out. 1-2. Man, if Melton went gangbusters at the plate as a left-hander, what a tremendous discount the Astros would have. Wouldn't that be great? Here's the pitch. Hit high in the air. Should be playable by the right fielder. Shallow right field. Who's going to take it? It looks like the second baseman is going to get it, and that's out number 3. But not before the Astros tack on another run. Another couple of runs. Six to 2 Astros. 2 more runs picked up that inning. 8 hits for the Stros. 4 hits for the Pirates. 6 to 2 as it stands right now, going into the bottom of the 7th. Boom, boom, boom. Good game so far. I'm enjoying it. I'm glad I stuck around. It would really be terrible to stick around for so many hours, you know. 3 hours for a delay, 3.5 hours, and then 3 hours for a game. 6.5 hours. Woo. Goodness gracious. I can't stop yawning. That would be terrible. Brendan says we should trade Walker. Well, it'd be difficult to trade him right now. We can't get much for him the way he's playing at the moment. So we would lose by trading him right now. We would have to find I think it's better to try to find a way to make him better. Jeremy should get all-star consideration for sure. He's definitely an all-star. Sergio says Melton is slowly raising his trade value so that we can include him on a trade for starting pitcher at the trade deadline. Go Melton, yeah. Yeah, I want Melton to just go crazy, either to help us out on the field in the games or to raise his trade value. Either way, it's a big help to the Astros, right? Fred says this is a very late night for the Astros. Yes, and it's been a long day for me. Brendan says, okay, it can rain now. Yes, but I don't want it to rain now, and the reason is because we're so close to the end of the game, and I don't want another delay. Game feels it's going by very fast. Yeah, it's not very slow. It's cruising. It's probably because a lot of fun things are happening. Maybe it's a long game for the Pirates fans. Valdez is back on the mound, just threw his last warm-up pitch. We're only a couple innings away, guys, from the end of this game, so I don't want a rain delay. I don't want the game to be rained out because, if it starts raining again and they have to cover the field, they're not going to just call the game. They're going to wait. And I don't want to wait anymore. I just want this game to be done. Here's the first pitch to Tommy Pham. Right in there on the edge of the plate. 93-mile-an-hour changeup, 0-1. That was a fantastic pitch. Here comes the 0-1. Right in there. Oh, man. The bottom fell out of that one. Swing and a miss. 79-mile-an-hour curveball. That was evil. That's why I want to bat against Fromber. I want to see that for myself firsthand. Right in the bottom of the zone. Swing. Yeah, he went around. The check swing, strike 3. That's right. Fantastic batting right there from fantastic pitching. 3 straight pitch strikeout for Fromber. Most strikeouts of all time by left-handed pitchers. Look at that. Fromber Valdez is second on that list. He's not too far from Wandy Rodriguez. He's going to get there. This is for Astros franchise history, by the way. Here comes the next pitch. First to Henry Davis, right in there. 94-mile-an-hour sinker. 4 straight strikes from Fromber. I've got some serious cleaning to do today. I'd like to get my water going, but I don't know if that's going to be possible. We'll see. Thinking about moving my pump. My well has such beautiful, clear, cold water coming out of the ground, but it is difficult to get it to come up. One ball, one strike to Davis. Here's the pitch. A little outside. And by a little, I mean about 6 inches. 6 inches outside. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Here's the toss. Fouled at the plate. Strike 2. 2-2. '85th pitch of the game coming up Fromber in just a moment. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Henry Davis. Here comes the delivery. Hit hard to right field. Is that playable? Cam Smith is on the way over, and he makes the catch right there. Whoa, he flips over the wall. Look at Fromber. He's like, holy crap. He flipped over the wall and put his hand down to keep himself from flipping completely over. What a catch by Cam Smith. Another athletic play. Take a look at this. Barely makes the catch in fair territory, actually. Does a little handstand there on his glove. What a great catch by Cam. All right. Good play. Jared Triolo is at the plate. Takes that first pitch low for ball 1. Great defense by the STROS. Putting on a show with that one. Cam Smith once again showing off his athleticism. Here comes the next pitch. Low, ball 2. Low to Triolo. Melton playing better than Cam tonight. Not on defense, but then again, Melton hasn't had to do much on defense tonight. Outside, ball 3, 3-0. Nothing competitive yet delivered to Triolo. Here comes the next pitch. Right in there, 95-mile-an-hour sinker. 3 balls and 1 strike. Come on, Fromber. Don't let him go. You got 2 outs. 3-1. Here comes the next pitch. Woo! Just a little outside. Less than 2 inches outside. Fromber shows a little bit of frustration. So we got ourselves a 2-out base runner. Astros bullpen is actually starting to move a little bit. We just need 1 out so Fromber can get through 7 innings. First pitch is a strike to Isaiah Kiner Falefa. 0-1. 0 balls. 1 strikes. Here comes 0-1 pitch. Long delay by Fromber. That one floats outside. The sinker kept on sinking. Sunk the wrong direction. What a catch, says Fred. Young kid having fun out there. Yeah. It was really a phenomenal catch. It was. Hey, on the outside edge, 80 miles an hour. One ball, 2 strikes. But yeah, Brendan, you're right about offense. Melton is having an uncharacteristically good night tonight. That one hit foul down the third baseline. Count remains 1-2. Melton has been striking out a lot. He has not been impressive over the past few games. Cam Smith is not being amazing, but he's been decent overall at the plate. But his defense has been stellar. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, runner on first. Here's the toss. Ground ball, and it's gonna, no, it's not gonna get through. Altuve, no, not Altuve. Dubon makes the play and he makes a bad throw to first. Walker can't handle it. He runs over to grab it. Woo, that was a pretty crazy play. I thought for a second, I still have this force of habit of saying Altuve because, you know, second base, but Dubon made a great sliding catch. But when he made the throw, it was in the dirt and Walker couldn't handle it. So close to getting that 3rd out. Look at that. Just not a good play by Walker there. Just a little too far outside. It bounced off his glove. Runners on second and third now. Great catch. Not a bad throw by Dubon. It was a fantastic play, just bounced off of Walker's glove. It wasn't a really easy catch to make, but it was catchable. I feel like it was a catch that Walker definitely should have made. They're going to count that as an error. I agree. He should have caught it. That was on Walker, not Dubon. Dubon made a fantastic play. O'Neal Cruz comes to the plate with runners on second and third. First pitch from Fromber is on the way. Little too far inside on that curveball. 1-0. Fromber just needs to remember that Cruz cannot hit the curveball versus Valdez. Just keep that in mind. 1 ball, no strikes. Here comes the pitch. That's a nice pitch. Curveball on the outside edge, outside lower corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here comes a 1-1 pitch. Another curveball, swing and a miss. There we go. 81 miles an hour. The curveball drops the bottom out. Just keep throwing him the curveball. Throw him another one just like that. Runners on second and third. Fromber trying to get through 7. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Yes! Foul tip caught by Diaz. He gets the strikeout again on the curveball. O'Neal Cruz throws his helmet, throws his bat. I told you, just keep throwing him curveballs. Yes, Fromber doesn't even celebrate. He's just like, finally, all business right there. He was not happy with the way that inning went. He really wanted that out at first base. I can't blame him. Walker really let him down. But thankfully, Fromber's able to come right back from that and get a strikeout on Cruz. He really earned that extra batter. Josh Miller, the pitching coach, came out earlier to talk with Fromber. They had a meeting on the mound. They did not bring in the relievers. They let Fromber stay in. He really wanted to stay in. And they let him face the top of the batting order. Because why not? He's very good against Cruz. He just proved it. He struck him out again. Curveball, 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 curveball. Struck him out. So Fromber gets through 7 innings, guys, with 5 hits and just 2 runs. Astros up 6-2. Brendan says error. Yeah, that was an error on Walker. Great play by Dubon. Phenomenal play by Dubon. And failure on the part of Walker to make the catch. Sergio says, I know that you legally had to put it in your name, but did you get the sword appraised? Sergio, if you watch my most recent video about the katana, then what you'll discover is that I could not keep the blade. So I can summarize for you very simply how the laws work in Japan about blades. Not just katanas, but blades. There are laws about different types of blades, sizes and lengths. Yainer Diaz is at the plate. First pitch is on the way, and that's in the dirt. Bounces to the backstop. Ball 1. Top of the 8th. 1-0 is the count. Pitch is on the way. This is hit straight to center field. Should be easily catchable by Cruz, and it is. 1 away. But here's the thing. If you want to keep a katana, they have to inspect it and determine how it was made. And if it was not made the traditional Japanese way, if it was made by a machine in any way, then you're not allowed to register and keep it. It becomes an illegal item. Hit up the middle, but caught by the second baseman, who fires over to first base. Myers grounds out on the very first pitch. 2 up and 2 down. That brings up Cam Smith in just a moment. Cam looking for his first hit of the day. Oh, no, he does have an RBI. He has a single. My bad. He's looking for a second hit. He's 1 for 3 today. Fouls this one off. 0-1 is the count. You're not allowed to just keep a katana. And the long story short is you just keep a katana. That's in there for strike 2. The katana that I found was a World War II soldier's katana made around 1940, 1941, somewhere around there. Very old, but even though it's an antique, it was partially made with machines. Strike 3, Cam Smith strikes out. So the Astros 3 up and 3 down very quietly in the top of the 8th. They do nothing. So the 4th and the 7th for the Astros money innings. It's now 12 a.m. in Pittsburgh. 1 o'clock p.m. here in Japan. We go to the bottom of the 8th. The Astros up 6-2. But what I was saying, Sergio, is about the katana. It was partially made using a machine, and that's not a traditional Japanese method of making a katana, right? Therefore, you cannot register it. And if you cannot register it, it means that it becomes an illegal item. And you have two choices. You can either keep it as an illegal item and risk getting in trouble with the police, or you can turn the blade in to the police, which is what you're supposed to do. So I had it inspected. They tried to determine if it was a family blade. Was it made like over 100 years ago? Was it made using just traditional means, or was some machinery used in the sword making process of the katana? And they determined that it was partially made by a machine, and that makes it an illegal item. So I could not register it. So I had to give up the blade. So I do not have the blade anymore. I only have the handle, the cross guard. I have the balancers, and I can't remember what the piece is called. The little piece that goes on top of at the base of the blade, and then I have the sheath. That's all I have. I don't actually have the metal blade anymore. I'm not allowed to have it. It would be illegal for me to have it. So, especially being a foreigner, if I were Japanese, I'd probably just hide it and keep it because it's a special thing. But as a foreigner, you have to understand that if they were to catch me with something like that, I wouldn't just get in trouble. I could get kicked out of Japan, and I could have a permanent ban put on me, or a 10 or 15-year ban. I wouldn't be able to come back to Japan, and that would be horrible. So I gave it to the police. Brian Abreu's in for the Astros here in the 8th inning. The bottom of the 8th. First pitch is low for ball 1. Andrew McCutchen is at the plate. Here comes the next pitch. Way outside for ball 2. Turn this volume up here. I can't hear the game. McCutchen is 0 for 3 today. Here's the next pitch from Abreu. A little high. 3 straight balls. 3-0. Here comes the pitch. Right in there. 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Dead center of the plate. 3-1. Fromber and Lance's pitches have some wicked action. I hope that LMJ stays healthy for the playoffs. I hear you. Foul ball there. Or was that a... No, that was a strike. I missed it. Sorry about that. I was looking at the live chat messages. Full count to McCutchen. Brendan says, need a Cam Smith homer. Yeah, it'd be nice to see one. Hey, strike out. There we go. Abreu gets a K. 1 away. Full count, but he comes back and he gets him. Brian Reynolds comes to the plate. Jordan says you did the right thing. Yeah, a lot of people got upset with me, but, forget them. I don't agree with the law, but what am I supposed to do? First pitch to Reynolds is in there for strike 1. It's more important to me to not have any issues here in Japan. Some of the things you can get in trouble for as a foreigner, the penalties are very stiff. If I were Japanese, maybe I would pay a fine. Maybe I'd have to stay in jail for like 30 days or something. But as a foreigner, I'd get kicked out of Japan, and I might not be able to come back, or I might be banned for 15 years. I can't deal with that. I have a life here. I have a house. I have a car. Why would I risk getting kicked out of Japan, possibly permanently, over something silly like that? So other foreigners that say, man, I would have done this, I would have done that. Okay, that's fine. That's you. That's not me. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Abreu facing Reynolds. Man, that's a long pause looking for the call. He's finally got it. Here comes the pitch. Hey, strike 3 on that outside edge. Another K. It was pretty close. Reynolds shaking his head. He wasn't happy about that. Let's take another look. How close was it? Woo! It was right on that outside edge. I don't know. But you know what they say? I always say it. If you got 2 strikes, you can't take a pitch like that. If it's close, you got to swing. A little check swing there. Did he go? No, that's ball 1. A little outside. Sergio says, darn, I wanted to check it for a maker's mark signature. Well, actually, I took a picture of that. I got that information. It's around here somewhere, Sergio. That pitch is out for a ball. 2-0 is the count with 2 outs. Next pitch to Gonzalez. On the way. Fouled back. 2 balls and 1 strike. I was told by the police chief that the maker of that sword was well known during the war and made good quality katanas, so that's nice. But it makes it harder, kind of, that I couldn't keep it. Swing and a miss. Ball 2, strike 2. 2-2. 2-2 with 2 outs. And Abreu with 2-2. Almost through this inning, you. Swing and a miss. A little half swing, check swing. 3 up and 3 down. 3 strikeouts for Abreu. How about that? All right. 8 innings of 2-run ball by the Astros pitcher. As we go into the top of the 9th. We're in the home stretch now, baby. I think Jacob Melton is due back up in just a moment to face either Kyle Nicholas or whoever the Pirates bring in. Yokiata, Brandon. Yeah. How many likes do I have on the... Oh, I got to 42. We cleared 40. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. Awesome. We cleared 40. Achievement unlocked. 40 likes on the live stream. One of... maybe the first time this year. I can't remember if it's the second time. It's either the first or the second time. I think there was another game that was really popular that got to 40. But because views overall have been so low at this time of year, getting to 40 has been almost impossible. Woo, I've had these glasses. When I wear these headphones like this with my Astros hat and these glasses, the sides of my head start to hurt. Everything is compressed in so much. It's painful. 6-2 Astros in the top of the 9th. Are we going to get some more insurance runs? Sergio, just 2 more runs and they'll get to your target, right? 8-2. Is that what you wanted? Jacob Melton is ready to go. He'll be up at the plate in just a moment. Jordan says, if I'm in a foreign country, I'm not doing anything remotely wrong, but I'm older and wiser now. Yeah, that's true. I see some people here doing some pretty crazy stuff, and they're always young. You know what they say, youth is wasted on the young. If I could take my mind and go back and put it in my child body, I'd do it. First pitch to Melton is inside for ball 1. Good take. 93 miles an hour. Ryan Barucki is pitching for the Pirates right now. Or is it Barucki? I think it's Barucki. That was a pitch in the dirt. Swing and a foul ball at the plate by Melton. Check swing, more like. Let's change his name here. Ryan Barucki. kind of an interesting name. Next pitch on the way. Bottom of the zone, strike 2. Barely got the bottom of the zone there. 1-2 is the count. RBI hit today for Melton. 2 for 3. Stolen base, his first one. His first RBIs. Having a decent game. Swing and a miss. Strikes out there. Goes back to being regular old Melton. That's the Melton we know. 1 away. Hey! Taqueria Arandas. Taqueria Arandas. Mauricio Dubon comes to the plate. With 1 out. Swing and a miss on that very first pitch. Not really surprising. Dubon swings a lot at the first pitch. 0-1 is the count. No hits for Dubon tonight. That's what I was thinking earlier when I said Cam Smith didn't have any hits. I was thinking of Dubon. He tries to golf that one. Fouls it at the plate for strike 2. I had Dubon on the brain whenever Cam Smith came up to the plate last at bat, but I misspoke because he had an RBI single, actually. Here comes the 0-2 pitch to Dubon. In the dirt, he lets that one go. Ooh, that hit the catcher's hand. 1 ball, 2 strikes. You can see the catcher rubbing his hand. That hit him on his throwing hand. Hader is warming up in the bullpen right now. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Pitch to Dubon. Couple inches outside. Good take. Even Steven, 2-2. Here comes the pitch. Dubon goes to the right side, but picked up by the first baseman, and he runs over and grabs the out by stepping on the first base bag. Dubon is retired on the tapper. Top of the bat in order. The flash comes up. Great game so far for him. A couple of doubles. Runs scored. Pena having some nice solid hits all the way out to the wall. 2 all the way to the wall today. Here's the first pitch to him. Outside. Ball 1. 2 away, nobody on. Here's the pitch from Baruki. That's right in there, fouled off on the third base side. 1 ball, 1 strike. I hope Melton does play better than Zach, Brendan. And I hope Zach gets better too. I hope everybody gets better. Brendan says, don't waste Hader. Well, I don't know. Sometimes Hader really wants to pitch. It's not just the coach, it's the pitcher. Fair ball to third. Pena's going to have himself another hit, an infield hit. Tapper down the third baseline. Hayes tried to make the play. Willie Mays Hayes. Pena is safe with a single. He's got 2 doubles and a single today. Backhanded by the third baseman. He fires it over, but there's not a chance. He had that beat by a couple of steps. Yeah, he shouldn't have even thrown that. Should have just let it go. Paredes comes to the plate. Takes that first pitch low in the zone for strike 1. Paredes does have a solo homer today. One for 3. Runner on first. The Flash is on first base. Here's the next pitch to Paredes. Hey, that's hit hard to left field. That might be another homer. It is. It's gone. Look at that. Isaac Paredes with a 2-home run game. A line drive home run immediately just gets out of the park. That was gone in just a couple of seconds. What a rip. There you go, 8-2, Sergio. There's your score, right? Didn't you say 8-2? Isaac Paredes. There we go. Muy bueno. 8th career multi-home run game for Paredes. All right. Even in the 9th inning. Hey, man, I told you the Astros still had an opportunity to tack on 2 more runs in the 9th. They just did it. Altuve comes to the plate, takes that first pitch just a little inside. I'm surprised that the umpire called that a ball, but nice. 1-0 with 1 out. Caleb Ort is now warming up. With that run, with that lead, they're telling Hader to sit down. That pitch is in there for a strike. 1-1 to Altuve. Now that the Astros are up by 6, they're not going to let him pitch. They're not going to let Hader pitch. Altuve fouls that one off. Look at that sinker down in the bottom of the zone and just ripped line drive straight out there, man. Gone. Boom. Here comes a 1-2 pitch to Altuve from Baruki. Fouled. Bounced down the third baseline. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Altuve. There comes a 1-2. Hey. Altuve got around that one, hit it pretty hard, but foul. Count remains 1-2. 2 outs, nobody on for Altuve. Here comes a 1-2 pitch from Baruki, his 20th of the game. Altuve goes up the middle, second baseman grabs it. Should be an easy play, and it is. That's out number 3. He's retired, but 2 more tacked on by the Astros with that 2-run shot by Isaac Paredes. The low, fast sinker smacks it out. 8-2, the Astros. This was a game worth waiting for. All around, this is the game I've been waiting to see. With the Astros scoring runs and the pitchers locking it down for the STROS. This is what I want to see. This is the Astros team that I believe in. The talent that they have to keep the other team from scoring and to put runs on the board. They have the ability to do it. They're showing it right now. So, excellent. Bottom of the 10th. Bottom of the 9th coming up. 10 hits is what I was trying to say. 10 hits for the Astros, 4 hits for the Pirates. 8-2. H-Town Sports says it's so late in Pittsburgh. Yeah. It certainly is. It certainly is. Like 12:18. Is that right? 12:18 a.m. Is that the right time? Brendan says Isak our new Jordan this year. Well, if he can get out of the slump, you know, he was in this slump like 2 for 31. Can't be in a slump like that. But if he can keep hitting like he's doing today, that'd be great. That would be absolutely great. Sergio, you still need 2 more runs? I thought you called 8-2. Is that what you said earlier? 8-2? My man Isak. All right. Caleb Ort is in the game for the Astros. He'll be pitching the 9th. Caleb Ort. First pitch is to Brian Hayes. Here it comes. A little outside, the 88 mile an hour. I'm sorry, 88, man. What was on the screen just now? 96 mile an hour fastball, 1-0. Willie Mays, Brian Hayes is at the plate. This one's hit high in the air to the right side, but out of play. The count is even, 1-1. 24 people watching in. Thanks for being here, guys. Be sure to like the live stream or subscribe if you get the opportunity. This has been a long one. Here's the next pitch. This one's hit hard to left field, but high. It's going to drop. It's going to be a single. Melton was playing deep for some reason. He couldn't come in fast enough. So that's going to be a leadoff hit for the Pirates here in the 9th inning. Oh man, that looks pretty good right there. The Jack-in-the-Box set that they showed just now, that looks pretty yummy. Very unhealthy, but looks yummy. First pitch to Tommy Pham is a ball. Outside. Come on, Ort. Have yourself a nice solid game here. A nice solid inning. Up and inside, ball 1. I'm sorry, ball 2. Ball 2. Get a double play ball. Let's eliminate this base runner. Next pitch from Ort on the way. Pham takes that one in the top of the zone for ball 3. Man, that was right on the line. 3-0 with no outs. There comes the toss. Almost hit him. Ball 4. 4-pitch walk. Now we have runners on first and second with no outs. This is why I was not against Hader coming in. Just because I felt like it would be over much faster. I don't have a problem with Ort. I mean, we're up by 6 runs, but, you know, it is late. Kind of wanted to go home. Strike. First pitch to Henry Davis is in there. Of course, I am home already. But I have things that I really need to do, so it'd be nice for this game to be over. Here's the next pitch. Swing and a miss. Ball 0. Strike 2. Wow, look at that. The Astros have somebody warming up in the bullpen. Is that Hader? Yeah. They got Hader warming up. They must have heard me. 0-2. Strike 3 right in there. Lower outside corner. Good pitch. 98 miles an hour on that 4-seam fastball. Perfectly placed. That was a Caleb Ort special. A Kaler Ort. Did you guys see that on the screen? The message that just popped up? That's from Tanaka-san. She's the lady that left me the eggs earlier. She's just messaging me back. Horwitz comes in as a pinch hitter. Triolo will take a bow out of the game, and Horowitz will be batting lefty at the plate against Ort. Brendan says, oh God, he makes me nervous. Sometimes, but it's going to be okay. 1 away, 2 runners on. That first pitch to Horowitz is way outside for ball 1, 1-0. Here comes the next pitch. Right in there for strike 1. Nice fastball, 97 miles an hour, 1-1 with a 1 out. Sergio says, you're right. I had it 8-2. I will say Ort makes me nervous. Yeah. Right now, strike 2, though. 1-2. Foul ball there. Ort isn't as locked down as some of the other guys, but normally in a situation like this, he's pretty calm and pretty good. We'll see. Timeout taken by Horwitz. He steps out of the box. "44 likes on today's live stream. Almost got to 50. 6 shy. Here comes the next pitch from Ort to Horwitz. Check swing. Did he go? Yay, got him. They say he went around. Go sit down, Mr. Pinch Hitter. Ort picks up a strikeout. Strike 3. High fastball, way up there, 97, but he couldn't resist. Ort gets the K. Yeah, you can see he went around. Woof. That brings up Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. That first Swiffer is in there for strike 1. Ort getting his act together and throwing some strikes right here. 2 away, 2 runners on. 0-1 is the count to Falefa. Here comes the pitch. Fouled off. 0-2. 1 strike away. 1 strike away. It's been a long day, guys. A long night. Sergio says coach is tinkering again. I wanted Fromber to come back out in the 9th. No way. His pitch count was too high. Here comes the next pitch. Fouled off. Count remains 0-2. 99 miles an hour on that pitch. Valdez had 99 pitches, Sergio. Here we go. Ground ball to Pena. Pena fires it over to first. Out number 3. Ort gets it done. A little trouble in the beginning of the bottom of the 9th, but is able to come back and pick up some strikeouts in the ground ball. Astros win this one handily, 8-2. Great game there. Great game. I'm going to enjoy giving you guys the review of this game, or the recap, the scoring summary. But, yeah, Sergio, you said that Espada was tinkering again by pulling out Fromber. I don't understand that, because if you actually look at the numbers, he came out when he should have come out. He had 99 pitches in the 7th. He barely finished the 7th inning. They were talking to him. Josh Miller, the pitching coach, came out to talk to him when he had runners on 2nd and 3rd. But they discussed it. They decided that Fromber would stay in, and he was able to pick up that last out and finish 7 innings. So it wouldn't have made any sense at all for Fromber to come back out in the 8th inning. He was already at 99 pitches. So he should have come out. He came out at the right time. He really did. It didn't make any sense. So Abreu coming in the 8th and then bringing in Ort in the 9th made perfect sense. A lot of times Hader wants to pitch. If he's in a particular park or he's in a particular place that he used to play or whatever, sometimes he really wants to come in even if they don't really need him. So it's not just the pitcher's, it's not just the coach's call, it's a discussion with the pitcher. So if one of the relievers says, hey, I really, really want to pitch in this park, they will let them come in, if it makes sense. In this game, the Astros were up by a lot. So Hader didn't really need to come in, but it was obvious that Hader wanted to. And even though they were up by 6 runs, when Ort started getting some runners on base, Hader started warming up the bullpen. So they really wanted to just end this game. And I agree with that. You should just try to end it. Just end the game. Get out of there. Finish it and go home. Let's take a look at the scoring summary. I can share it with you on the screen here. All right. Let me kind of move that over just a little bit so you can see all of it. There we are. Okay. 7 innings pitched, 4 hits for Valdez today with just 2 earned runs, 11 strikeouts, and 3 walks. An excellent day for Fromber. 7 complete innings, excellent baseball. Abreu had a phenomenal 8th inning with a few strikeouts, 3 strikeouts, no base runners. the ninth inning. Ord had a little trouble at first, but he got through it, got a couple of strikeouts and a ground out. So the relievers were solid. In the bottom of the third, the Pirates got on the board with the ground out, the second, where Triolo scored 1-0. After that, it was Astros' show, really. The top of the fourth, Paredes homered to left field, 1-1. Smith singled to center after that, scoring Walker, 2-1 Astros. Melton singled to left after that, scoring Myers and Smith, 4-1 Astros. So in one inning, the Astros get 4 runs on the board and go up by 3 runs. After that, the Astros would not give up the lead again. In the bottom of the fifth, the Pirates got their only other run on the board when Cruz singled to right field, scoring Triolo. 4-2 Astros. In the top of the seventh, the Astros tacked on some more. Pena doubled to center, scoring Melton, 5-2. Altuve hit a sacrifice fly to right, scoring Pena, 6-2. And then in the top of the ninth, Paredes homered again to left field, scoring Pena, 8-2, and that's where the game would end right there. 8-2 Astros. They win the series over the Pirates 2-1. Should have been a sweep, but at least we get the win. After the long rain delay, we finally get this game finished. So 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30. I live streamed this game for 6 hours. 6 hours. 6 hours. Absolutely insane. I'm going to close down all of my extra windows here. That's it for this game for today, guys. If you're wondering what's on the screen right now, that's my desktop background. It's an image from one of the stories that I'm writing. All right. Where's my scoreboard? Oh yeah, my scoreboard disappeared. That's all good. Anyway, thank you guys for being here this whole time. For all of you who've stuck around from the beginning, it was a long stream, and I thank you so much for all of the comments, the likes, the subs, whatever. I did pick up a few extra subs today. We're almost at 400. Thank you for that. I appreciate it very, very much. I've really got to get myself up and going. I've got to get moving around. I've been sitting for way too long. I need to go down to the convenience store, get freshened up. I don't have any water here other than my bottled water. I need to go down there, brush my teeth, wash my hands, get cleaned up a little bit, and then get right back over here and get dirty by cleaning up around the house. I've got so much stuff to do. You want to trade for Miyoko Tanaka? Really? Miyoko Tanaka, my friend. Oh, actually, my friend Tanaka said it wasn't her that dropped off the egg. She said it was somebody else. Maybe it was my neighbor. Wow. So it probably was my neighbor then that dropped off the eggs. That's really, really nice. But I didn't get a message from anybody, so I can only guess. But I guess it's my neighbor. That's very nice. But it's so funny because I just cooked my last 4 eggs today, and then these eggs showed up. And these are the nice local eggs. They're a little more expensive, so that's nice. So I'm going to go put these in the fridge, and then I'm going to put on some nice pants, some work pants, go down to the store, get cleaned up. Astros win. That's right, 8-2. This is in the bag, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Total likes for today were 44. 44 likes on the channel today. Thank you so much for being here and sticking around. Thank you for the support. Tomorrow's game at Cleveland. I will see you for tomorrow's game, and let's hope we can have another strong showing like today. That's all for now. And the only thing left to say, as usual, is go STROS. Mwah. Have a great night, great afternoon, great morning, wherever you are.